Good evening, good time zone, and scrunchy greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Puff Wuxiang, aka Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and we're here to watch as the kingdom of Shanlo is torn apart and falls to ruin at the feet of the very rebels it sought to destroy. And to watch its beloved god prince fall with it. Or at least that is what I'm predicting is gonna happen sometime soon, hopefully before this arc is over. I don't know how much more I can take. Exciting times all around! And yes, I know we're already crawling out of the spooky season, but the plague is upon us. So I thought this would be appropriate. To which you might say, Puffin, yeah, the by Wuxiang little cosplay over there, yeah, that's fine. But what's up with your mini dolls? They wanted to have fun too, eh? It's like a family activity. We sit around the table and we make each other by Wuxiang masks. But no, there's actually a real reason behind it, and I need to discuss it with you now that Bai Wuxiang is upon us. And it is the fact that while my current Bai Wuxiang theories are heavily skewed towards either Bai Wuxiang being his own character or something Minion Ching, I have not forgotten. And it's been a while, so I don't blame you if you have. But way back when I was still innocent and pure and unblemished by Arc 2, I happened to be unboxing the Volume 8 Special Edition. And while I quickly caught on that a lot of the things in the Special Edition were probably not yet for my viewing pleasure, if I wanted to keep, this reaction as blind as possible going in, I did see a notebook. And I want to be perfectly clear that I have not looked at that notebook again ever since that time. But that was enough, and the image of Shirley-Ann wearing that mask is still in my head. And I vaguely remember writing a little bit of a fanfiction as I was talking about it, just for fun. But what that amounted to is that I've had a long-standing theory that Bai Wuxiang and Shirley-Ann are somehow the same character, or Shirley-Ann is somehow Bai Wuxiang. I don't think that's entirely true anymore, but I do think that something is going to happen that's going to end up with Shirley-Ann wearing that mask. I no longer know if that's going to be happening in the past, where we were currently at, or if that is something that will happen in the future in our present timeline. And I'm leaning more towards the present at the moment, because another thing I remember seeing on the notebook cover is a character that could very well have been Sunlong, and I'm guessing it's supposed to be. I mean, this is a fucking Danmei, guys, come on. And Sunlong was also wearing the mask. So I'm wondering if we're gonna go into some sort of shenanigans with this mask. Like, it seems Bai Wuxiang might be wearing it to hide his identity, but it could also be connected to his power. This sort of faceless sort of theme he's got going on. And then considering how his curse is the curse with like the multiple faces, like, I think we might be onto something there. So I wonder if, in the present, we might actually end up in a situation like what I've got going on here. And other than that, the masks are just fun to make. They're really cute, aren't they? And so to celebrate what will hopefully be the end of Arc 2, which is what I'm hoping to achieve here, we're all decked out in Bai Wuxiang costumes, basically. Only God surely knows, but I might really regret this. It's a fun way to find out, though. So yes, I have planned for a pretty ambitious read going forward. But before we can get there, we need to talk about chapter 37, and perhaps most urgently, was all that necessary? I don't know, but it certainly was deliberate. I've personally had a great time talking to everyone, both in my server and in the comments, about chapter 37. Why it is so divisive, but also why it works. As in how this is the author's way of playing with well-known tropes in the genre for satire, wielding the tension of the known and the unknown over the reader while simultaneously setting up for character development. You feel uncomfortable for your first time reading this chapter because you should be. And while I'm personally pretty done being a prude about this and ready to joke around and have fun with the fact that Wuxiang got cursed into 800 years of wet dreams by a horny flower demon, I still stand by what I said. I think that if we cut out about 60% of those accidental touches, we would still have achieved what we set out to do. Which is to say, deeply pivotal character moments for both Wuxiang and Sholian. Still, I do really appreciate MXTX playing into and then defying the expectations of the genre she's writing for. Because at the end of the day, this is Danmei, this is BL. You have the readers with their certain expectations of, oh, when will they hold hands? Oh, when will they get a little cozy? When will they be earning that rating? And I choose to believe that this is MXTX kind of saying that, look, see this? Them boys are not ready yet. Look, I'm setting up to serve up a little something. Now shut your mouth and let me cook. And I am happy to let her. I'll be patiently waiting for, you know, scenes with my extremely adult, as in like 8 centuries old adults, Hualien, and hoping that this will be the first and last of whatever that was. But this whole scene does have a purpose, several purposes actually, and it does add to the overall story. Once you're over the flower demons and their hardening roots and all that. Hi-oh. Such as new information about Bai Wuxiang's motivations, and he's not even in this chapter. He was in the previous one, but his ghost is all over this one, ironically. So Sholian is theorizing that all of this that is happening is actually a huge plot, very likely administrated by the very same guy. The white-clotted, suspicious character, which has the goal to weaken Sholian by taking away his cultivation, but not to kill him. Which means that we're kind of left with two options. The first one being that he doesn't actually want Sholian dead, and the second one is that he would want Sholian dead, but killing him at this point would trigger a response from, say, heaven, which would be undesirable at the moment. Which brings us back to who the fuck is this guy? Because as I mentioned earlier, all my theories are kind of being poked holes into. So currently, I'm leaning towards Bai Wuxiang maybe being, you know, their own character. Which is always an option and a possibility, and would be kind of fun considering how many of these reveals we've already had. But at the same time, because TGCF is so far a story that's been setting up several reveals and then delivering on them, it wouldn't surprise me if there is a reveal coming up with this character as well. And again, Min Yanqing still remains high on the suspect list, but there are a few things that might give him a little bit of an alibi. Not really in the physical sense. Like, he was the one that Function and Muting rushed Sholian to the State Preceptor, but they also didn't meet Bai Wuxiang on the way, so he could have had the time to get back, you know. But all of the recent things that have been happening makes me think that that's not what Min Yanqing would have wanted. Like, the impression we have of Min Yanqing from the beginning of this arc is not maliciousness to this point that we're already seeing, and that's kind of it's poking holes in my theory, unless he's really gone off the deep end. Like, he might really be more insane than I've been led to believe. Which is, it's okay, it's fine, we don't really know this character that well, and they have only appeared in Arc 2, so it could be. That could be what's going on still. But there's also the fact that Bai Wuxiang, as far as Sholian has described him, seems to be very powerful. Min Yanqing is, if he is that powerful, he's probably been hiding it very well then. Yeah, you can tell that I'm doubting this theory more and more, even though it is still kind of like my primary one. Like, I played around with the idea of other people perhaps being Bai Wuxiang as well, but it's Like, it's hard. They need to be someone very powerful. Like, up in heaven, I was thinking a little bit like maybe Ling Wen, considering how I think that she showed up in Arc 2 as well, as a junior deputy, a junior official, which means that she's probably not powerful enough to pull off this shit, you know? Which leaves us, among the heavenly officials anyway, with John Woo, which is a possibility. It fits in with one of the sort of villain narratives that John Woo's character could have. The big bad all along. But that begs the question, in what sense? Because Bai Wuxiang is a calamity, a ghost, which makes thinking it is a heavenly official at all it's a bit jarring, it's a bit hard to imagine right now, considering how we know that they draw from vastly different power sources, and you would feel like there'd be ways of knowing that this is not a god, this is a ghost. Like in how Function and Mooching just know that Sun Long, how their junior officials, their deputies, Nonfeng and Fuyao, just know that Sun Long is bad news. So going by that theory, I don't know if John Woo is Bai Wuxiang, but he could have maybe created him in a sense. Like, he could be in control of him, or like I theorized earlier, he could be getting into control of him. And who knows when he actually starts cooperating with him, if that makes sense, when he starts being in control of that. Either way, it's not very Heavenly Father of you, John Woo. And again, it's just vague guessing at this point. Like, there's been so much effort into making sure that we know that he is the Emperor's favorite, he is the prince that pleased God. And at this point, I don't have enough evidence to say that John Woo is the big bad all along. I really have to wait to see more of their interactions at the current timeline, the volume 3, the Arc 2 timeline. Because I've only had that one interaction, and it's not enough. Waiting for more scenes, like Shulian's banishment. I think that if I just get some more conversations between him and Shulian, I might be able to pinpoint this more accurately. So for now, I'm still leaning towards this area, Bai Wuxiang being his own character / maybe Mei Nianqing. We'll have to wait and see. But now that we do know a little bit more about the Shan Le-Yongin conflict, that also puts into question, how does Bandage Boy fit into all this? Lang Ying, the Bandage Boy version. Seeing how Bai Wuxiang is collaborating with the Yong'an people here, the Yong'an rebels, maybe this kid is a ghost of Yong'an that Bai Wuxiang has somehow possessed. Can you possess a ghost if you're already a ghost? I don't know. I don't know all the rules that we're playing by in this universe, and I don't think I'm supposed to. Like, so far, I definitely get the feeling that TGCF is more about themes than about very specific universe rules. And like, I did mention the thing about looking for an alibi for Mei Nianqing earlier, but hey, remember that one thing that this universe has, that mechanism this universe has that renders all that obsolete? Clones. And I don't even want to have this conversation right now. So yeah, everyone can have an alibi, because everyone can be Bai Wuxiang. Shulian can still be Bai Wuxiang. Maybe Shulian made a clone one day, and then the clone got possessed by Bai Wuxiang. And here we are. Teehee, end of story. But we're going into the plague chapters. I'm guessing we're gonna get more hints about Bai Wuxiang, so I'm just keeping this down there for now. Like, this is where I'm gonna stop with the Bai Wuxiang talk. Let's learn more about him instead, and let's try to figure out more when we have more clues, eh? He's literally been on screen for like 2 paragraphs. That was it. Give him some time. Because we learned so many interesting things in chapter 37, and because we also learn about another character's intentions in chapter 37. I'll give you 3 seconds to guess who. Wuxiang. Yeah, because this is a Danmei, and because it is a Danmei, I am sure that you have certain expectations when you meet the male lead of the Danmei, right, of this BL. But this chapter is actually the first explicit confirmation we have that Wuxiang More specifically, Wuxiang's feelings for Shilian, in addition to those of a devout follower and savior, and presently, hopefully, friend, companion, could be / likely are also of a sexual and romantic nature. He finds Shilian hot, and that's kind of important to the development of the future Hualien, the future romantic relationship of Hualien. Not trying to exclude any of the asexuals out there, but I'm just saying, Wuxiang is very sexual. And this is good for the oncoming story for when we go back into the present part of the timeline. It doesn't mean that we have to reframe all of Hualien's interactions, because the preconceived expectations that most readers who go into a BL come with makes it so that it doesn't really matter. Like, even if the text has not explicitly told us anything about that, chances are you've already imagined it as a possible scenario. But it does add more layers of tension and conflict now that we know that Wuxiang's motivations are possibly multiple. And of course he wants to be Dianxia's brave little follower, the bestest little follower, but also his dead heart skips a beat when their hands touch. And also he thinks Shilian's ass looks great in those robes. Speaking of robes, another thing we have to talk about is Wuxiang's design, because I've done it before, but I know so much more now. More specifically, that most of his accessories are connected to Shilian. And he deliberately shows them off. The pearl in his hair is originally Shilian's. The scimitar at his waist is inspired by Shilian's words. The flower in his name is inspired by Shilian's titles. And the red thread on his finger is a callback to the hair that Shilian tied around his fingers to protect him. Which, by the way, is also referenced apparently in one of the opening songs. I can't remember which one at the moment. But I remember there was a note referencing this act of tying hair around fingers, and it's a lover's thing. Lover's legend. I'll have to go back and have a look at it, I just remembered that one. What does all this mean? Well, it means that he wants Shilian to notice, he wants Shilian to see it. Like Wuxiang in the Ghost City arc was literally stepping out from those curtains, going, "Hi. Remember me?" And then he doesn't, of course, but more tension for us. But here's another theory of mine. A lot of Wuxiang's current design, the design and the clothing he's using in his real form, is foreign to Shilian and foreign to Shanle, such as the described, tribal designs on his vembruses, to the fact that he chooses silver over gold. Only in Volume 2 at the end of Act 1 does Shilian actually ask him, "You're from Shanle, aren't you?" Because nothing about his design really says so. In other words, Wuxiang deliberately differentiates himself from the style of Shanle. I mean, conveniently, that makes it hard for any heavenly official to recognize him or know where he's from. And I have also been told that his design has something to do with his mother's culture and her heritage. In some sense, his wearing of these designs is a bit of self-discovery of lost heritage, which is a theme I personally adore seeing in fiction, as it is a very relevant theme in my little part of the world, like in real life. And it's just safe to say that he also, does these things because he enjoys them. I think he enjoys his little silver warning bells jingle jingle, here comes danger. But also, why would Wuxiang want to associate with Shanle, the kingdom that even before it threw down his god and mocked him and despised him, did the same to Wuxiang as a helpless child? Like, we know that he was in a very dark place back when he was only, 10 years old, 10, 12 years old. Like, he likely had very few good memories from his life in Shanle, and then he gets a reason to live through Sholian's words to him. So yeah, I just love how his design overall contributes to the storytelling of Wuxiang. It tells us a lot about his character and also about his intentions. So I just really wanted to spend a minute just recognizing that and giving that some attention. And lastly, chapter 37 ends with a time skip to months after the encounter with the Land of the Tender, where Honghong'er is following Shulian around the capital and then gets caught. A couple of surprises follow. The first one being that Honghong'er is not in the army anymore. And he, in turn, is positively surprised that Shulian is surprised by this. Honghong'er was kicked out of the army, he says, and likely believed that it was because Shulian was displeased with him. He ordered him kicked out. So of course he is ecstatic to know that that was not what happened. Shulian never commanded him kicked out of the army. In fact, the opposite is the truth of it. So what happened here? Function and Wuxiang, speak quickly, because that is the one hint we have. It's somehow, it could be their fault. And I've been talking about this part of the text with a lot of people in the server and in the comments and trying to make sense of it. So I've seen like a ton of takes, and I'm trying to kind of give my own here, so bear with me for a little bit. So Shulian tells Function and Wuxiang pretty immediately after the event of the Land of the Tenders a few days later. He tells them about this little soldier, how amazing his skill and his brimming potential is. Specifically, how good he would be with the saber. At which point there is a line that makes us very aware that Wuxiang goes oddly quiet at this, or, is a bit awkward about this. Unreadable, I think the word was. Shulian talks about having this soldier appointed, and Function asks if he is not too young for that. Then Wuxiang adds on that this goes against military law, but I actually feel this is just an add-on argument that doesn't actually go anywhere. I'll get to that. Like immediately Shulian brushes it off like, I am a god. Like, what are you on about? What can military law do to me? But let's talk about this. Isn't he too young? This is a good argument. In fact, don't put this child anywhere on the battlefield, please. Even though we know that all of Shanley is gonna go to shit sooner or later. But not knowing that Shanley is about to go to shit, please don't put him anywhere dangerous, please. Keep him safe. But that begs the question, too young for what exactly? Because they were very happy to just let him go back to his troop without saying anything more about that. They just assumed that's where he'd gone. They weren't paying attention to him. Like, it was only after Shulian brought up appointing him that they brought his age into question. So, what does Shulian mean about appointing him? From what I'm reading, I think that what Shulian means by appointment is to make sure that he stays by his side. Not really a military appointment in the case of rank, but rather a more personal one. That child was fairly skilled. I think he's got a lot of potential with the saber. If he's taught well, he'll be spectacular when he's older, he said. Wuxiang, remember to find him for me when you get a chance. Get him settled somehow. He could be appointed. Shulian loved talented martial artists. He always just had to appoint them to his side, so he could watch them every day and soak in the light. This wasn't the first time he had made such comments, but it was the first time they were directed at a child. So in other words, the way I'm reading this, Shulian is asking Wuxiang to, I don't know what the settle means actually, but I'm guessing like making sure that he is actually getting the equipment and whatever he needs to make sure that he's being treated right, I guess, so that he can grow. Because he could be appointed. Very likely to Shulian's side is what I'm guessing. And judging by both Wuxiang's reaction and Function's next words, isn't that too young? What's he gonna do after being appointed? Makes me think that maybe this appointment actually means something along the lines of he could be a future deputy of the Crown Prince of Shanle. And that's the only way I can read this to make Function's statement on the matter feel like Fengxian said it. Because what he is asking is pretty straightforward. If this kid is appointed to deputy, because, they were, Shirley ascended at 17, they ascended at 17, a few years older than this. If this kid is also appointed and becomes a deputy, the fuck is he gonna do? What's this child gonna do? Shirley, you were ascended at 17. This kid is 14, 15. So yeah, that's the only way I can see the age thing kind of makes sense because, again, yeah, this is war. Yes, it's terrible that this kid has been on the battlefield, but everyone seemed perfectly fine with that until Shirley mentioned the appointment thing. But no matter how you read this, no matter what this appointment actually means, if it means making a Honghong'er eventually, equal to Fengxian and Wuxiang, like once he's more spectacular with the saber, I guess. Like, no matter how you read this, Wuxiang is given the command / chore to find him and somehow settle him. And the book really likes to make him the prime suspect for like anything, huh? Because none of that happened and well, Wuxiang was on the case, so I'm guessing there were good reasons. There's probably gonna be like a good explanation, a good reason for this, because that's usually what happens whenever Wuxiang is on the case of something. But no matter what that reason is, if Fengxian and Wuxiang are somehow involved in Honghong'er's dismissal, I have to ask why. Why would they do it against Shirley's words, against Shirley's wish, and not tell him? Because in this situation, there's no good reason for that. And I can't wait. Like figuring this part out actually has me more excited right now than this damn plague. And that's also happening after the commercial break. Yeah, this mask is really fun, but it was just, it was constantly kind of like hitting against my ears, so I could just hear, the crinkling of the cardboard all the time. So I'm putting him away for now. That kind of works, please stay there. So that means that all that's left to do is face the plague, but before we do that, let's distract ourselves with some bright and happy feelings by answering a question from the Temple of Corkboards. So last time around, the winner at our gambling session over at the Temple of Corkboards was none other than Dark Yoko Kitsune Dark, who is asking me this question, which has 4 parts, it seems. Hello Puffin, I hopefully have a fun one here for you today. I may be in a slight kick with this myself right now, so you can join in the fun. I love the fun. I love joining in the fun. So let's do this. If MPREG was a thing in TGCF, Dark, excuse you. Excuse you? What do you mean if? What do you mean if? Are you trying to tell me that we're not going to have a happily ever after where all the extra chapters that I've heard about are just about Wally and raising their new kids? Like, adopted and otherwise obtained? Like, have I been gaslit for all this time? MPREG Wikipedia says, short for male pregnancy is a trope in fiction in which male characters become pregnant, in case you didn't know by now. How do I know? I've been on the internet for too long, that's how I know. So, if MPREG was a thing in TGCF, or assuming that it is, Hualien and Fengxiang pick one or both. What? Oh no. Oh no. What are we doing, Dark? What are we doing? How would MPREG occur based on your imagination? It's really not that complicated, Dark. I have a few credits in my degree in reproductive sciences. Help. This could be different for each couple, okay. And for who would be the one carrying? Okay, bonus. Oh no, there's more. Bonus, how would a couple affected react, behave throughout the entire process? Just know, I could have thrown something with chi wrong at you, but I spared you this time, and then you ended up throwing this at me. But yeah, we know MPREG is real in TGCF, right? Huh. I've already seen so many comics, like yeah, my server feeds me well. There's been so much art. Like, I feel like I've already seen Fengxiang reproduction Like that's already happened for me. I've already seen a lot of that. I haven't seen a lot of Hualien stuff though. I've only seen them with children. I've seen them with children. There's so much art of them with children. Both the actual children that they pick up along the way, like Bonnie over here. But also with their imaginary children, the ones that they absolutely have in the future. So let's try that, shall we? Yeah, let's do our main couple. I'm feeling inspired for that. So how would this occur based on my imagination? Magic, object, curse, etc. I mean, they're a god and a ghost, aren't they? Just amazingly just. Maybe the child is born from their unbridled imagination. Teehee. Changing genders is a thing in this universe, so we could always go that way. It's been vaguely hinted to us that Wuxiang has a female form. Like in Volume 1, there's that tiny hint that Wuxiang might have a female form, that he actually flaunts around sometimes. And Windmaster did ask Shulian if he wanted to have a go at that, and I can see that. I can see that happening. And I still count it as MPREG if the characters are, personally male. And Shulian has already cross-dressed once as a bride. Why not? Why not do the whole thing? Bride, pregnant wife is the next step. And then mother, the ultimate cosplay. God, he's so gorgeous. He'd look so good as a girl. Like Wuxiang, you better get on it or step aside. There is a cue. So that is my first guess for how this might happen. There's a spell to change your gender, so why not your genitalia? Though looking at your list, magic, object, curse, I suppose Shulian would be the one who got, accidentally cursed into possible pregnancy. In which case, Wuxiang's luck would turn it into a happy pregnancy. Gosh, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. How did this happen? How did this happen? And by that, I think I've answered most of the questions, but there's also the bonus questions to answer, which is, how would the couple affected react and behave throughout the entire process? Which is like a good time to do a little bit of a character study. Because if Shulian was the one who ended up knocked up, I definitely think Wuxiang's priority would be his well-being. And I do get the vibe that Wuxiang would love anything that came, from Shulian, but it's a bit hard to, like the thing is, as far as I understand ghosts, right? The reason why they are around is their resentment usually. Like they're created or they become ghosts, rats and whatever for a reason. And Wuxiang is just, a little quirky because his reason is Shulian. As far as I understand. Like, there could be things, there could be other reasons, I suppose, but from what I understand, Wuxiang is the powerful ghost that he is because he experienced a lot of anguish and pain related to basically him dying for Shulian, who is his reason for living, and he didn't want to die because he wants to find and protect Shulian, which is what he's doing now. Good on you, good on you. So that begs the question, would Dad need to protect and to love Shulian extend to their child? And I've actually been thinking about this, I've been discussing this in the server earlier, and before I was more ambivalent about this question, but now I think that possibly yes. And the reason is Mei Nianqing. Yeah, okay, hear me out. Mei Nianqing had this quote at the end of Volume 2 that's kind of been echoing in my head ever since. To ascend is human, and to fall is also human. The gods in heaven are humans who have ascended. And the ghosts in this world, the calamities even, are humans who have fallen. At the end of the day, ghost, calamity, God, emperor god, whatever, are all human. And while I think that Wuxiang's existence being around and about Shulian is thematically a very, a core aspect of the story, I think that you can't really reduce him to only this. Yes, this is what keeps him alive. Yes, this is what keeps him going. This is his desire. However, because Wuxiang is also still human, a fallen human, I think that he could easily learn these emotions and these things. And I think that if I were to write a fanfiction, an MPREG fanfiction, if I were to write a fanfiction where Wuxiang and Shilian were to have a biological child of theirs, I think that is probably the theme I would explore. Wuxiang and Shilian experiencing these very human emotions about parenthood, basically. I think that would be great. I think that'd be fun. That'd be a fun little story. It would be a story about a lot of feelings, a lot of love, but also a bit of grief and a bit of fear regarding this very new thing happening and how that's going to change their lives. But in the end, I think it could be very cute. Shirley-Ann, terrible morning sicknesses. It's a shitty pregnancy, okay? It's a shitty pregnancy. And the reason why everything goes so well is because even though it's shit, Wuxiang is there to take care of him. There's gonna be a lot of luck involved in that regard. And the birth itself will go just smoothly. I don't know what else to say. I haven't thought too deeply about this. But yeah, I don't think I need to be more detailed about this. I think it's cute the way it is. If you really want to know how I imagine functioning in this situation, it's that one comic that we shared in that one channel that one time. At me, I'm sure we can find it again. It was just perfect. I like 10 out of 10, A+, no notes. And as we are sitting here, I just realized that I completely forgot to prepare notes for the coffee board this time around because I've been really busy today. I've been doing so much this weekend and I've just forgotten about it, sadly. And because I do have a pretty ambitious read ahead of me if I'm gonna make it through all those 70 pages, I'm not gonna spend time making the coffee notes and getting the pins out just now. I'll just promise to do that next time. So thank you guys so much for all the support this time around. I know there are quite a few names that would have been part of this video, but I'll make sure to mention you all in the next one, which hopefully, if this all goes to plan, will be the Arc 3 video. I don't know if I should be happy or scared. So if you would like to be a part of my Discord server and the community that we're creating there, go ahead and click on the link in the description. It's free to join and we do have a lot of fun. And also I'm in there more or less every day. We have our book club and everything going, and come say hi. And if you would like to donate to me on Ko-fi and also get some access to exclusive channels in the server and a few preview videos for these reading videos that I'm doing for TGCF, the link for that is also down in the description. And now, let's get some more coffee and let's get settled. Let's get ready to unleash the plague upon Chandler. I say this as if it's a celebratory moment. It's just something I've been anticipating and expecting for a while, and it's finally happening. It's actually terrible. It's so terrible. Like, I feel like this is where shit really goes to shit, and I'm so ready for it. I'll be right back with that coffee. Okay. I had to pin up my hair as well. I originally had it pinned up, but I had to take it down for the by Wuxiang cosplay, so I ended up, doing that, but I'm keeping it up for the reading, keeping it a little bit more fresh and airy. And also I didn't want Sanlang to be directly behind me because you can't really see him. I need to find a better spot for him. He can protect my my lily pad, my lotus tissues in case they are needed. Which might be when you least expect it, honestly. I did cry a few times watching the Donghua for TGCF, and while I've teared up a little bit at certain parts in this book, I haven't really been full out bawling, and I don't know if I will. I do cry. I cry at movies and I cry at books. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't actually know how emotionally I will react when I'm reading this out loud and also, you know, commenting on it, everything, and just trying to keep up with stuff. So no guarantee that there will be tears, even though I am well stocked on tissues. I don't know, I just wanted to have that out there. I've talked about it with a few people. I just wanted to know that I can be a very emotional person. I will tear up at random little things, such as Honghong'er. Honghong'er makes me cry. I could just be watching art of Honghong'er, like that's been sent to me in the server, and I'll be like, He really is my Achilles heel, my little son, my weak spot. And the fact that he's gonna die, I wonder if that's gonna happen in this arc. Oh god. Yeah, if Honghong'er dies, there might be tears. Anyway, we have all been waiting so patiently for this next read. And I know that this first chapter of the last few chapters in the second arc is a long one. It's another 40 pages, just like 37, which was 40 pages. A lot can happen in that time, so I don't know if I'm gonna make it through it. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to make it through all of them. But I'll at least do chapter 38. From the earth of Buyo. From the earth of Buyo Forest, human-face disease emerges. And that's it. The bells are tolling. The plague is here. The man was tall and burly, and many on the streets were sent tumbling and complained loudly as he hurtled past them in his crazed dash. What gives? It's already such a hot day, why is he running around so heated? Wow, it's my first time seeing someone dashing past without putting their best face forward. Many started laughing as they commented, since they weren't genuinely angry. But as that man blindly rampaged with his hands over his face, he collided head-on with a large, luxurious horse-drawn carriage, and blood splattered right there on the streets. He fell backwards onto the ground in a heap, and the pedestrians who'd been joking around screamed at the sight. The carriage's owner was shocked as well, and he poked his head out to ask, "Who was that? Who crashed into me?" Everything had happened so suddenly. Shirley-Ann had put the matter with the boy on the back burner for now. He rushed over. What happened? The man who had rammed his head into the carriage seemed to have passed out, and his disheveled hair blocked his face. A small crowd had formed around him and was watching carefully. Before Shirley-Ann got close, the man suddenly leapt up in a fit and wailed. And we get art immediately of Shirley-Ann, and Honghong'er is behind him, and in front, a man with a face on his face. I can't stand it anymore! Someone kill me, quick! Someone come kill me, please! A few of the burly men passing by couldn't watch anymore and commented, Which household let their lunatic loose? Take him away, jeez! They walked up to arrest the man, but when they approached and saw his face up close, they all screamed and backed away in a hurry. What is this monster? The madman chased after them, crying manically. Beat me to death, hurry! The men were horrified. As Shirley-Ann approached, and they recognized His Highness the Crown Prince, they rushed to hide behind him like he was a divine reprieve. Without so much as a blink, Shirley-Ann gave a swift but controlled kick to knock that madman down, and he was sent tumbling into the mud, filthy as a dog. Some pointed at him. Your Highness! This man, he has... No need for them to point it out. Shirley-Ann saw it too. This man had two faces. More precisely, it was one face with another sprouting from it. That second face was about the size of his palm, squished on half of the madman's cheek. Although the man was young, that small face was that of a wrinkly old man, and ugly to the core. Shirley-Ann was also shocked to the core. His mind was filled with only one thought. What is this monster? He immediately unsheathed the sword that hung at his waist. It was Hongjing, the enchanted sword gifted to him by the Heavenly Emperor. Hongjing. Sounds so familiar. Is it the same sword that Nanfang had during the Banyu arc? Was that Hongjing as well? It was. I have it as a note up here. This is Hongjing, gift from John Woo to Shirley-Ann, and it was the revealing sword. So it was Hongjing at his waist, the enchanted sword gifted to him by the Heavenly Emperor. Ever since he first encountered that white-clothed creature, he had kept this sword on him at all times in case there was a need for it. Just maybe he'd get to see that creature's true form. But the sword was certainly useful for other circumstances as well. Once unsheathed, the shine of that blade was brighter than snow, yet when he checked the reflection, it was no different from what he saw before him. It still showed this man, and it still showed both terrifying faces. That meant this madman was no monster or demon. He was human. Yeah, we knew that was going to happen. But Shulian having that sword with him is good. That means he has a thingamajig that could be planted in the plot now. Like, we could be using it soon to reveal something. Perhaps truly by Wuxiang's identity. I don't know if that's going to happen now. We'll see. That could happen. That could be the climax of this season. I was about to say this arc. It really, really could be. I'm so sad that we've just forgotten Honghong'er though. Like, at least he was in the art, but I wanted to know, Shulian, please. I know this is actually, it's a matter of life and death in a sense. Like, this is a matter that's going to affect your whole kingdom. But please, I wanted to know. I wanted to know about my boy. Please tell me news about my boy. This is it's masterfully done though, in the sense of I think the author knows that the audience is kind of hungry for more Shulian Honghong'er interactions. And now it's been dangled in front of me like a carrot. Learn about the human face disease first, and then maybe I will give you some more Honghong'er. She really knows how to play me. Damn you, MXTX. Damn you. And also bless you. But was there really anyone in the world with such a horrifying appearance? If he was born this way, how was he unknown within the capital for so many years? Shulian was still bewildered when someone in the crowd suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. How did this happen to him? Shulian immediately sheeted Hongjing and turned to the man. You know him? Was he not like this before? A number of people replied. We know him. We work with him. Of course he wasn't like this. Before his face. How could that happen to his face? The onlooking crowd was growing bigger. Almost to the point of blocking the whole main street. With a grave expression, Shulian took a deep breath and shouted loudly and clearly. Do not come any closer, everyone! There is nothing wrong, so break it up! The bandaged boy, yes! He's still here, at least he's still here. Thank you, Honghong'er, for sticking around. Of course he's not gonna run away. He just learned that he was not released from the army by the command of His Highness the Crown Prince. He's gonna be the bestest little follower of the Crown Prince. This is the job that he has assigned to himself. I'm so proud of you, baby. I'm so proud of you. The bandaged boy was helping him keep the crowd away, but Shulian didn't notice. Oh no. Shulian! Notice him, please! What was the I forgot. Someone taught me what the Chinese version of senpai was. Remind me what the Chinese version would be so I can make a notice me senpai joke, but with the correct terms for a Danmei novel. Though I suppose in this case, notice me tiancha is what this is. Notice me tiancha. So Shulian didn't notice. He was too busy calling for function and mooching in the communication array. Which could be equally interesting, because now we have the quartet back together again, eh? After lowering his hand, he saw another person close by who looked exceedingly hesitant, hemming and hawing. Shulian took a step toward him. Do you have something you want to say? With the Crown Prince's query, that man seemed to have found his courage. Your Highness, there is something that I'm not sure I should tell you. Shulian had no time to listen to him dawdle and bluntly cut him off. Get to the point! A few days ago, some bumps appeared on my chest. 3 big ones and 2 small ones. I Didn't feel anything. They didn't itch or hurt. They actually feel pretty good when you pick at them. I didn't think much of them, but seeing this guy here, I'm feeling a little... got an itch or something. He laughed flatly and untied his robe, showing his chest. There's nothing wrong with me, is there? The moment he took off his robe, everyone fell silent. It wasn't just some bumps on that man's chest. It was clearly a woman's face, with all 5 of her features indistinct but intact. The man looked down in shock. When did it get like this? It wasn't that lifelike, realistic. No matter what adjective was used, it was sheer horror. Everyone around was terrified, and in spite of himself, that man grabbed onto the hem of Shulian's robe and cried, "Your Highness, save me!" Wuxiang and Wuxiang arrived at that point, having rushed over from the city towers after receiving his summons. At the sight before them, they both furrowed their brows. "Stand back!" Wuxiang shouted. "What are you playing at?" Shulian didn't have the time to explain. He patted the man's shoulders and comforted him. "That's my prince. That's my prince. That's my Tiancha. Do not worry. Stay calm." His tone of voice was warm and firm, serious but kind. The man thought Shulian had everything under control and believed, without a doubt, that a small matter like this was nothing to His Highness the Crown Prince, and so he relaxed. However, Shulian's mind was in turmoil. That human face was something that had grown gradually, and those symptoms, he would call them symptoms for now, were affecting more than one person. Dare he assume there were even more cases? He immediately gave Wuxiang and Wuxiang a rough account. "Report this to the palace," he commanded. "Pass down this order, search the whole city and see if there is anyone else with similar afflictions. Do not miss a single one." Because the matter was so shocking, once the king received the news, he made it a priority, dispatching a large number of men to search and investigate. They were highly efficient and effective, and by that night it was confirmed that there were already 5 people in the imperial capital with faintly visible faces growing on their bodies. Of those 5, either they'd seen them but didn't pay them any mind, or the faces were growing in areas not easily detected. In addition, the faces didn't itch or hurt, so those affected didn't notice right away. Beyond that, there were over a dozen others who had shallow bumps growing on their bodies. No doubt, the still immature faces. Women and youths made up the majority of this group of 20-some people. Filled with clear unease as they were sent forth before Shulian, they greeted and comforted one another as they milled about. Initially, Shulian was speaking to someone on the side to address some business, but when he noticed this close camaraderie, he felt something was amiss. "Do you all know each other?" he asked. "Okay, so are we finding patient 0? Is that what we're doing? That's what we should be doing." But then again, is this thing, the human face disease, does it actually act as a disease? Or is it more complex than that? Because we know that it is more like a curse, right? As it, originated by Wuxiang, and likely only, we know it only affected people of Shandong, not of Yong'an. So we're gonna have to see, We're gonna have to see if we're gonna treat this as a plague in the natural sense of the word, or if we're gonna have to be more, this is kind of magical, right? Evil magical. The officials running about had worked all night. They briefly glanced at the reports and replied, "Your Highness, many of them live on the outskirts of the capital, fairly close together. Maybe they've crossed paths as neighbors." Many of the affected were from the same area. Wuxiang was shocked. The people growing those human faces all lived close to one another? It's contagious? Shulian had already arrived at the same conclusion. He just didn't announce it aloud so bluntly. "Yeah, Wuxiang, shut up." Immediately he commanded, "Isolate them, disperse the non-affected, and do not let anyone come close to this place. Find a place to quarantine everyone here. A strange contagious disease. When those words leaked out, it was more effective than any order to disperse troops and strong-arm people away. Not only did the onlooking crowd scatter, more than half the houses on the street emptied out. Shirlian ordered the officials and soldiers he had appointed to gear up for protection, and he brought those 20-some people to the outskirts of the capital where some of them already lived. Near the residential area on the outskirts, there was a large forest called Wuxiang. The government officials had intended to build a quarantine camp there to temporarily settle the sick. While others were busy building camp, Shirlian and his 2 attendants entered the woods. As they walked, a sense of foreboding weighed heavier and heavier on Shirlian's mind. Fengshen and Wuxiang noticed as well, and it was Fengshen who spoke up first. "Your Highness, isn't this where Longying—" Shirlian clasped his hands behind him, frowning deeply. "Yeah, it was here." "Where he buried his child? Oh. And the chapter was from the earth of Boyo Forest? Oh. Yeah, oops. So I don't know if this is what's gonna happen, but I've read a couple of manhwa that had themes like this, like ghosts and stuff. And granted, a lot of them were using Korean mythology and superstitions. But I remember distinctly that in quite a lot of the dramas and manhwas that I've read that are like historical Korean ones, if demons and ghosts are a thing, and even if they're not, there's superstitions about planting these evil talismans at people's homes and places. Or, under a royal princess or emperor's palace or something. And they are supposed to either bring misfortune or lure in ghosts. And maybe there's something to that from the earth of Boyo Forest, where Longying's son was buried. Like Longying wouldn't just leave this place be, right? This is one of the reasons he wouldn't leave. He can't leave his son, right? Boyo Forest was the very place that Longying had dug a grave barehanded for his son's corpse. Realizing this, the 3 exchanged looks of dismay. Although they couldn't put their fingers on it, a theory was forming in their minds, compelling them to start searching for the place where Longying had buried the corpse that day. Yeah. Yet it had been months since then, and with so many trees in the Boyo Forest, how could they possibly remember the exact tree the child was buried under? Right then, an indescribably foul stench wafted through the air. That disgusting stink was like that of a rotten corpse, but even more suffocating. One breath of it would knock a man out. Interesting, okay? What is happening here? Others smelled it too, and started backing away, covering and fanning their noses. "What's over there? What's going on? It stinks worse than a 10-year-old pickle jar." Shirlian rushed forward and followed that frightful smell. And sure enough, he came to a familiar-looking crooked tree. The earth under the tree was slightly raised, forming a benign-seeming mound. The soldiers brandished their swords and gathered to protect Shirlian, but he raised a hand to stop them. "Be careful," he said gravely. "Ordinary people, stand back." The not ordinary Fengshen retrieved a shovel and approached. After a few shovels, the muddy mound became a ditch, and the foul stench grew thicker. And Fengshen dug more cautiously. After another few shovels, a small black thing was dug out, and it seemed to be squirming. Oh. Fengshen slowed his movement, and the soldiers reacted as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, the earth lurched up. A hugely swollen, bloated body broke out of the soil, exposing itself before the torch-holding crowd. That rotten foul stench surged into the air, and a great number threw up on the spot. Shirlian's pupils shrank. That thing couldn't be described as human anymore. Anything else in the world was more human than it. No one would be able to tell that this gigantic corpse was once a tiny, emaciated child. The urge to vomit rolled up in his throat, and Shirlian looked away. Function and Wuxiang were dumbfounded too, and they called out in shock, "What is that thing? Is that a curse or just a rotten corpse?" No matter what that thing was, Shirlian knew what they needed to do. "Stand back, the further the better, I'm going to burn it." He raised his hand and a stream of flames leapt forth. As the fire blazed and filled the air with thick smoke, the sharp sound of a battle horn sounded from the distant imperial capital, loud and shrill, calling all to attention. The three looked up at the same time. It was the signal for an enemy attack. Function cussed. Okay, so we're dealing with both this, whatever's happened to the body of this child, it seems that maybe this really is the origin of that curse. Bet Your Ass by Wuxiang is in on this. Holy shit. And now there's a battle. So are they gonna split up to deal with this? So Function cussed. Fuck! Of all times, they had to come now! Wuxiang's face was dark, and his expression was unreadable under the firelight. Maybe this is intentional? Shirlian made a call. Wuxiang, you stay here and take care of this. Function, you come with me. We'll repel them. Remember, do not let them notice any weaknesses. It was nighttime. The two of them rushed out of the city in a hurry, and they fought a battle in a hurry. Although the fight came suddenly, they still won. But even though they won, none of the Shanless soldiers felt the joy of victory, Shirlian himself included. The strange disease that had appeared so suddenly came to be called human face disease by the people. Word of it spread through the imperial capital fast as lightning, causing uproar and great unease. The king considered suppressing the news, but the first victim had rampaged in the streets before countless witnesses, so from the very start this wasn't something that could be kept under wraps. Besides, the human face disease was spreading rapidly. In a matter of 6 days, over 50 more people found that similar lesions had begun to appear on their bodies. At the same time, the Yongin sieges were growing more frequent. Attacked from both sides, Shirlian could barely find the time to go to Yong'an and create rain. All the spiritual power and energy he had allotted for the task was instead spent at the quarantine camp in the capital outskirts. Within chilly Buyo forest sprawled a large number of simple tents and huts. Shirlian crossed over a ground packed with patients. This quarantine had started with 20-some people, but soon ballooned into hundreds, and the number was growing. Every day, if he had time, Shirlian would come and use his power to relieve the horrifying symptoms of those afflicted. However, he still couldn't cure the root cause, and what the people truly hoped for was for him to heal them completely. As Shirlian walked through the camp, a young man lying on the ground suddenly reached out and tugged at the hem of his robe. "Your Highness, I won't die, will I?" Shirlian was about to respond, but he noticed that this young man looked familiar. Upon a closer look, wasn't he the passerby who gave him an umbrella on the fateful rainy day when he learned that Shanley was short on water? Oh. In recalling that day, that umbrella, warmth filled Shirlian's heart. He knelt down and gently patted the back of the man's hand. "I will do my best," he told him earnestly. It was as if the man had received the hope to live, and his eyes twinkled with joy. He repeated, "Good, good," as he lay down once more. From the fervent eyes of the sick all around him, Shirlian could tell they genuinely believed he would save them. And so, every time he met those eyes, guilt sprouted deep in his heart, and he grew ever more desperate for a cure. After making rounds of the quarantine camp, Shirlian found a place to sit. Wuxiang started a campfire, while Shirlian himself was lost in thought. Some distance away, a few errand runners walked off carrying a stretcher, whispering quietly to each other. Yet somehow their words had reached Julian's ears. "How many is this now?" "The 4th or 5th, I think." On the stretcher was a patient who died in Boyo Forest. It was actually difficult to die from human face disease, but that fact made it even more frightening. Without the release of death, it meant that those things would stay on the victims' bodies for the rest of their lives. The thought of it alone could make one lose the will to live, especially young women. They cared for their appearances, so if something like that grew somewhere important like their face, most would choose to simply end their own lives. Oh, so the deaths are not actually so far because of the actual disease, but because of people ending their lives? Is that what we're implying here? It was actually difficult to die from the human face disease. Do we know that for sure? Like, it's only been a few days so far. Like, things, we don't know this yet. Or is this just like the omniscient narrator in a sense telling us these things? I'm not sure. Another sighed. "When will this end?" Another said, "We have His Highness the Crown Prince. We won't lose. Just relax." The first one could not help but make a small complaint. "I'm not afraid of losing battles, but with the situation like this, does it matter if we don't lose? It still doesn't make life easier for us civilians," he sighed. Never mind. I'm not complaining here. Just pretend I said nothing. I said nothing." If Feng Xin was there, he would have immediately rushed up to cuss them out. Wuxiang, however, simply gave Julian a look and continued to build the fire without saying a word. Only when those two were completely gone did he comment expressionlessly. "Ignorant commoners only know how to blame others and the heavens. Do they think a martial god has control over everything?" Julian shook his head. What that man had said held a certain logic. He was a martial god. When he was part of an army, there would be no battles unwon. Yet, at times like these, what use was it to win battles? An army was meant to protect civilians from attack, but if the civilians were being attacked by a plague, didn't that make this advantage nothing but a cruel joke? Just then, the campfire flickered, and another sat down next to Julian. It was Feng Xin, who had returned. "How is it?" Julian asked, immediately. Feng Xin shook his head. "It was exactly the same as when you searched. There's no trace of Long Ying on Baiti Hill, and nothing of that strange white-clotted character either. Who knows where they're hiding? And there's no way of confirming that they're even the ones behind this. Also, the Yong'an people were all fine. Like we suspected. Not a single case of human face disease." Wuxiang poked at the fire. "The Imperial Capital and Baiti Hill are so close to one another. There's no way no one was infected. It's obvious that they must be the ones behind all this." Many were secretly convinced, and it made sense to think that way. But even if they accused Long Ying of foul play, whether secretly or openly, the man was hidden well away and they couldn't find any proof. They suspected that human face disease was born from a curse, and that the source of said curse was the corpse of Long Ying's son. Which is what I was suspecting, which makes me uncertain now, if I'm right about it, because they're telling me that's what happened, or that's what we're suspecting, so there might be a twist to this. Or it might be the truth, like this might be the truth, but we still don't know exactly how the curse works, even though we know it's a curse and that it originates in Long Ying's child's body, corpse. If it was a curse, then it was a good one. It didn't leave any traces for them to investigate, and so there was no evidence to confirm their suspicions. And who knew? Maybe this human face disease truly was a new naturally formed plague. There was no way Julian could draw any conclusions about what the disease actually was unless they apprehended their suspect. He had rushed to give the upper court a report of his theories. Thank God. Yes, Julian, you should be hurriedly telling them what is going on. But did they do anything about it? Yet, as mentioned, Julian's descent was a transgression, and things between him and heaven had changed. In the past, if he had wanted to report something, he could simply barge into the Palace of Divine Might and scream it directly into Junwoo's ear. Now, he had to do it by the books. To explain what that meant, if he was lucky, he could pass his word through to the heavenly officials simply by throwing out hefty sums of merits. So are you saying that because he descended the way he did, is he no longer, like, he's a god still, but he can't go back up? Like, I understand that there is a difference between us, like, going down into the mortal realm as a god still and descending, because Sholian has explained that there was a different feeling even, like when he descended this time around. But does that ban you from coming back up to heaven? I am a little confused, but there seem to be a lot of restraints put on him simply from this act. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Like, it's a bit hard to parse just what are the consequences of his actions here, and what is simply, being put into place because we need heaven not to get involved, So what of this is a consequence of Sholian descending the way he did, and what of this is, well, we can't let heaven know yet because we need it to get worse first, because that's what the narrative needs, It's a bit hard to tell at this point. So we'll just have to watch and see where this goes. If he was unlucky, he might be forced to go through the complicated red tape and be tied up by endless delays. And even after all that, it would still only be some other heavenly officials sent forth. Sholian himself was a heavenly official, and other than Junwoo, there were very few who could match him in power. So the other heavenly officials might not even be effective. Junwoo carried a heavy burden. He attended to a myriad of affairs every day, so there was no way he could come to Sholian's aid in person. Thus, Sholian's reporting was only for show, and he didn't expect anything to come from it. Moreover, none of that truly consumed Sholian's thoughts. They were consumed by another problem. He spoke those thoughts aloud. If we assume that Yongen used a curse for the sake of defeating the imperial capital, it would have been the most effective to direct the attack at the army. Wouldn't that be the same as opening the gates once the army falls? It wasn't that there were no victims of the human face disease in the army, but compared to civilians, there were very few. Only 3 or 4 examples to be had. Once they had been sent to quarantine, the situation was immediately under control, and nothing spread to the other soldiers. Okay, so human face disease, first of all, what we know so far is that we can't tell if it's supposed to be a curse or a natural born disease just yet, but come on, it's a curse. Come on, it's a curse. But what we do know is that these faces have appearances. We know that one of them had the appearance of an old man, and one had the appearance of a woman, and the faces appear anywhere on the body, sometimes places that are not easily seen, not just on the face itself. The first victims were the people who lived close to Boreal Forest, which is where we believe that the disease must have originated, so that makes sense. But what we're learning now, what we also know is that of these people, most of the people who were affected were women and children. That could be because maybe the dads are at the walls right now because they're gonna fight the rebels, like they're part of the army or conscripted to the army. That could be why, but we don't have confirmation for that. We don't know if the reason why there were mostly women and children is because there were mostly women and children living in the area, or if there's another reason. Because we also now know that the disease only affects, well, it doesn't only affect, it affects civilians, mostly. There were some cases in the army, but it didn't seem to spread to other soldiers. So, seeing how this is a curse, that it kind of makes sense that it would be targeted. But it's a bit like Sholian says, wouldn't it be more effective to target the army because that means they wouldn't be able to fight back? Though I suppose Sholian has been a little bit of that, one-man army for all this time. So honestly, a disease or a curse that targets civilians makes sense. Because he can't protect against that. He can replace the entire army of Shanle, seemingly, but he can't replace the people of Shanle. So yeah, that kind of does make sense. That is the most vulnerable part of Shanle in this case, with Sholian acting as its protector. As for why some people in the army still got sick, maybe they were really bad at being in the army. They were just really bad at being in the army. Basically civilians. I don't know. How does this work? Maybe they mingle too much with the deceased people. Let's move on and see what happens. Function always spoke his mind whenever a thought arose, so he said, maybe they think even if they defeat the army, with you around, they'd still lose. So they gave up on that and targeted civilians directly. This is what I just said. This is what I just said. Okay, that makes sense. Wuxiang chuckled dryly at this. Function immediately reacted. What are you laughing about? Nothing. You always manage to bring up good points. I have nothing to say, Wuxiang replied. That annoyed Function the most. What annoyed Function the most was people who pretended to act courteously, but whose real intention was to snipe at others. Thus, Function ignored Wuxiang entirely. Why were you laughing, Wuxiang? It's kind of sense. It makes a little sense. Are you taking a dig at me, Wuxiang? Wuxiang, just tell me. Just tell me. If it really was them, then I'll lose respect for them. Fight honestly on the battlefield if you have the ability. Don't use shady tricks to harm innocent civilians. Sholian wholeheartedly agreed, and he sighed. I've been thinking these past few days about what exactly caused the infection. We have to know the cause before we can control the disease itself. Isn't it obvious? Function said. Infection comes from close contact, touching, drinking the same water, eating together, sleeping together, or whatever. Sholian rubbed his forehead. On the surface, that's not wrong. But take the army, for example. The soldiers all drink, eat, and sleep together, and are in closer quarters than most ordinary households. So why aren't there more soldiers infected? Wuxiang furrowed his brows. So what you mean is, even under the same circumstances with different physiques, some will be infected and others not. You want to find out just what kind of people are immune to the human face disease, right? Yeah. Well done, Wuxiang. Sholian raised his head. Wuxiang, you understand me. That's exactly it. If we can find that out, there might be a way to stop human face disease from spreading. Wuxiang nodded. Good. Then let's look at it this way. What kind of people are more likely to get infected? What type of patients dominate the quarantine of Buyu Forest? Sholian had walked through the camps countless times these past few days and could answer with his eyes closed. He listed them off immediately. Women, children, teens, seniors, and young men who are smaller in build. So only the weak are infected? Function wondered doubtfully. Should we have the king order everyone in the capital to work out and strengthen their bodies? I saw the double ellipsis reply from Wuxiang and Sholian both before I got to this line, and I was really wondering what was going to happen. Function, you dumb himbo, what the... The Shanle Health Initiative. Let's work out to fight the human face disease. That's amazing. That's amazing. It would be even more amazing if he's right about this, but I doubt. Can't believe we got a double ellipsis reply, but this time it's Sholian and Wuxiang towards Function. This is a first. This is new. Sholian and Wuxiang both gave him a look, not wanting to respond. After a pause, Function himself added, Wait, that's not right. Obviously not. The first victim that rampaged on the Grand Avenue of Divine Might was a strong, healthy man, so the theory didn't hold up. So it's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about strength. But men with smaller statures, well, women and children and teens and the elderly are less likely to be in the army to begin with. But apparently it's not about your status as a civilian or an army person, a person in the army. Because in that case, the victims who were in the army would have not caught the disease. So what is it about? What is it about? Is it something to do with like the people in the army? A lot of them, like this is just a shot in the dark. A lot of them have been around Chilean out on the battlefield or even at the walls or whatever. So like possibly could this be like people who've been around Chilean a lot are somehow more immune because of his presence and godly aura or something, like his energy, his vibes. The Crown Prince vibes are fending off the human face disease. But like seriously, it's like being close to Chilean, would that somehow negate the curse? And the people in the army are around him a lot, on patrol, on the wall, and so on. And the few people who aren't are maybe people who have not spent a lot of time around Chilean. Like that's a possibility, even though it's practically I don't know how it would work out, how we would know from these very specific like circumstances. Well, I'll keep going and see where this leads. Just how were the soldiers that had become infected with human face disease different from other soldiers? Chilean thought of many possibilities and tried testing his hypothesis, but no matter from which angle he looked, there wasn't anything obvious that differentiated them from the rest. The characteristics of the infected victims were all across the board. Their looks, their physiques, their social status, their temperaments. It was impossible to draw a conclusion based on these criteria. Could the infection really just be a matter of chance? What exactly did the soldiers do to stop the spread of the human face disease? Chilean mumbled to himself. In other words, what have they done more often than What have they done? Like not... Look, what have they done? Not something about them, not something about their circumstances, but what have they done? The one thing soldiers would do more often than a civilian is hurt someone, drawing blood, killing someone. Do something they've done. In other words, what have they done more often than civilians? When he came to this thought, his eyes suddenly widened and his face paled. At his abrupt halt, Wuxiang asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness? Have you thought of something?" Chilean had indeed thought of something. He had come to a logical conclusion, but at the same time it was a terrifying one. "Impossible!" he blurted, jumping to his feet. No, it shouldn't be like this. That's absurd." Wuxiang and Wuxiang immediately rose too. "What is it?" Chilean held his forehead and paced back and forth, raising his hand. "Hold on, I have a ridiculous guess. It shouldn't be true, but I need to test it out." "What guess exactly?" Wuxiang asked. "How will you test it? Do you need me to find you someone?" Chilean immediately rejected the idea. "No, we can't use a live person for testing. What if I'm wrong?" He hoped he was wrong. Even better if he was way off the mark. Wuxiang frowned. "Your Highness, if you need to ascertain whether you're right or wrong, you'll need a live person for testing. That's the best way. Just standing here brooding won't do any good." Wuxiang frowned too. "Can't you see he's troubled? Stop saying such things at a time like this." Wuxiang turned to him. "Weird. What exactly did I say? Didn't I speak the truth? At this point, what's the use in being indecisive and hesitating?" Wuxiang was repulsed. "Do you have to judge everything based on how useful it is? We're talking about a live person here. Not even a bit of hesitation. Aren't you a little too collected?" "Collected?" Wuxiang countered. "You actually want to say cold-blooded, right?" Chilean didn't have the patience to diffuse the fight between the two like he usually did and scolded them. "The two of you can start an argument over a single word. What a disgrace! Stand there for 1 instant's time. No one's allowed to move within that time. Same old rules." Ellipsa replies. 2 of them. I'll count them as 2, it's 1 for each of them. Hearing the words "same old rules" had Function and Wuxiang's faces changing color. Shilian waved his hand. "Have an official's blessings. Start." "Hey, title drop." A moment later, Function said through gritted teeth. "Blessings shine from up high." Wuxiang gritted his teeth too. "High imitation, no thought." Function was in trouble. Thought. He was deep in arduous thought, trying to come up with a way to continue. Shilian turned to enter Boyu Forest to find the 3 soldiers who were infected for questioning. Regarding the same old rules, this was a method Shilian had come up with to distract his companions. Function and Wuxiang would snipe at each other every chance they got, starting petty disputes from nothing at all. At first, Shilian would make them stand in silence for 1 instant's time without speaking to each other until they calmed down, but this tactic wasn't very effective. It was then that Shilian decided to try idiom training. Tempted with a chance to have an objective winner and loser, they'd lose all sight of the original conflict and would instead focus on crushing the other in training idioms. Yeah. Distract them from their disagreement with a competition. That seems about right. Like, I see how this would work. The world became decidedly more peaceful after Shilian discovered this effective method. And he was quite pleased. Forcing them to train idioms now was also an attempt to make everyone ease up a little, and yet this ease didn't last long. After 1 instant's time, Shilian returned. His face was extremely grim when he gave his instructions. "Bring me all the soldiers who lived in the same quarters as the infected. I need to question them." The 2 of them had each been struck down during several of their own turns and had also seized their own little victories. So upon being released from training idioms, they both sighed in relief. "We will," Wuxiang said. "But your findings might not be accurate if you use such a roundabout method to gather evidence." Function had already turned to heed his order. Shilian called him back. "Wait, it's already deep into the night. Questioning them now would cause too much of a stir, and we can't call for too many at a time either. It'd be too conspicuous. The things I want to ask must not be made known or allowed to leak. If you go now, we won't be able to conceal anything." Function turned his head. "Then what should I do? Bring them to you 1 by 1 and have you interrogate them privately?" "There's no other way," Shilian said. "Tomorrow, bring the soldiers who are close to the victims to my chamber 1 by 1, and don't let them know that others have been questioned. Remember to order them not to tell anyone, otherwise..." He breathed deeply and sighed. "Never mind, just threaten them. Just say if word gets out, they shall be executed without mercy. The harsher the better. Questioning them 1 by 1, how long will that even take?" Wuxiang commented. "It doesn't matter how long it takes," Shilian stated. "The more I ask, the more sure I'll be. I absolutely need to get to the bottom of this. There can't be any confusion." Thus, the next day, Shilian sat in the chamber that had been temporarily assigned to him atop the towers and personally interrogated over 300 soldiers. As for the questions he posed, all 300 of them gave the same answers. With every soldier question, Shilian's face grew a shade darker. When that was done and Function and Wuxiang entered the room, they saw Shilian sitting by the table, forehead propped up on his hand, unspeaking. It was a while before he slowly began to speak. "You 2 stay and guard the city gates. I'm going to take a trip to Mount Taizang." Function hesitantly asked. "Your Highness, did you find something out from the interrogations? Is it a curse or..." Shilian nodded. "That much has become clear. It's a curse." Wuxiang was solemn. "You're certain?" "Without a doubt," Shilian said. "I also found out what kind of people are infected and what kind aren't." Despite his declaration, there was not a trace of joy on his face from solving the mystery. Function and Wuxiang felt things might not be that simple, but if Shilian didn't take the initiative to tell them, Then, as his subordinates, it wasn't their place to ask. Their hearts silently sank. At Mount Taizang, the royal holy temple, the highest peak, the palace of divine might. The state preceptor was paying his respects within the soft curling clouds of incense smoke. Shirlian crossed the threshold of the hall and immediately cut straight to the point. State preceptor, I need to see the heavenly emperor. The state preceptor finished paying his respects and turned his head. Your Highness, the gates of the heavenly realm no longer open to you. I know, Shirlian said, but right now I have ascertained that the kingdom of Shanlei is currently under attack by a malicious curse that has never been seen before. This is not a natural disaster. It is the work of inhuman creatures. Please help me. Request that the Heavenly Emperor descend and possess your body so I can report this information to him directly. Maybe he will know the source of this and can help find a solution. Possess your body, okay. So that is something that's something the Emperor can do with like these state preceptor people, but like in a non-sexy way. But yes, state preceptors do apparently have the ability to talk to gods, so maybe this is this could be one of the things that they are able to do. Have you done this before though, Mr. May? Since his return to the mortal realm, he had reported to the Palace of Divine Might 3 times. The first 2 times weren't sincere. They were only done out of habitual courtesy. This time, he was genuinely seeking help. The state preceptor sat down on a chair. It's not that I don't want to help you, Your Highness, but there's no longer a need for it, he said. What do you mean? Even if I give you a hand now and have the Heavenly Emperor descend and possess my body, the answer you will receive from him will only disappoint you. Shirlian's expression dropped slightly. Do you know something? Do you know what that white-clothed creature wearing the crying smiling mask truly is? Your Highness, do you still remember what I told you? The state preceptor asked. In this world, fortune, good or bad, is predetermined. Shirlian was taken aback and didn't respond. Oh my god, he's going to talk about horoscopes again. What does this have to do with telling the Emperor that there's a fucking calamity on the loose? The first one ever, apparently? Is it the first one? Likely the first one. I don't know. They haven't talked about calamities that happened before. The other calamities could have been calamities before this one. But you know, this is a big deal. What the hell do you actually know, Mr. May? You're only what, like 30? This is highly suspicious, Mr. May. Very suspicious. Shirlian was taken aback and didn't respond. Originally, many of those from Yong'an were destined to die, the state preceptor continued. But you transferred water, created rain, and gave them a breath of relief. Yeah, you cannot save them completely from the drought, cannot settle their futures, so now they are in the Yong'an army upon Baiti Hill, fighting for that future. Originally, the imperial capital was destined to decline, but then you personally descended and used your own powers to turn things around, and gave the imperial capital a breath of relief. Yet you didn't steel your heart to annihilate the Yong'an rebel army and root them out. Instead, you allowed them to survive until now. And like cockroaches, they only grow stronger with each battle. Your Highness, may I ask what you're hoping to accomplish? The state preceptor asked him in wonder. Are you perhaps waiting for both sides to realize their mistakes? To repent and be born anew? To reunite as one country once more? I still don't feel like I get it. Let's read on and see if he actually has a point here. An odd sense of shame budded within Shirlian's heart, yet it soon turned into confusion as he thought, that's strange. I saved people and protected people because they were innocent and didn't deserve death. Everything I've done was only done after serious consideration, and every choice was made after such much struggle. Yet why does it all sound so laughable coming from another's mouth? Why does it sound like I've achieved nothing? That everything I've done is such a failure? The word appeared in his mind, but he immediately blocked it out. Yeah, because, funny how, this is an additional thing to add to our wicked problem list that we were talking about in the last video. So the people in Yong'an who were still in Yong'an survive a little longer. They were helped from their destiny to die, apparently, by Shirlian's interference, by bringing them the water. But mostly they were helped in that they fled Yong'an and came to Shanle, is what Main Yanqing is saying here. So this choice, which, as Shilian is saying, it was made to help civilians, to help innocent people. Mr. May is twisting that into, yeah, but they ended up becoming soldiers in the rebel army or joining, the rebel efforts. In other words, trying to make it out as, well, it actually just added to the problem. This is a difficult one again, because again, I don't think saving people was the wrong thing to do. It is only too bad that all these other things happening made it so that even these people who were saved ended up joining the chaos that is happening in Shanle now and being radicalized by the chaos. It's terrible. But again, seriously, the thing about a wicked problem is that you never know if a solution is good or not before you've tried it. And because of that, the people who implement the solutions could and should in most cases be held accountable. But in this case, it's like saving lives is morally justifiable and good in most circumstances. You don't know what the person you've saved is going to end up doing, but still, don't they have the right to live? Anyway, we're kind of being a little bit, what I'm saying is we're being a little bit manipulative here, but I think Main Yanqing is just, he's a horoscope bitch. He really likes his little fortune telling things, and it's very it says right here that this was what was supposed to happen. You went and messed it up, and now this is the retaliation of the universe, apparently, but whatever. You used your divinity to interfere in mortal matters, the State Preceptor added. You've completely upheld the predetermined fate of the Kingdom of Shanle, made a complete and utter mess. For the sake of balance, nature will breed things to bring everything you've derailed back on track. I don't know what that creature is, but I am certain it was born because of you. That's the most suspicious thing you've ever said, Main Yanqing. Mr. May just fucking shot up the list of by Wuxiang suspects again. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Who says shit like this? I am certain it was born because of you. Yeah, you would be if you were the one who's behind all this shit. I'm suddenly suspecting that this man, yeah, this is shit. This is bad. A lipsy reply from Sholian as Sholian's poise faltered. The State Preceptor continued. I am also certain that should the Heavenly Emperor see you, he will tell you the same thing, because this was the reason he didn't want you to descend in the first place. But I feel that even if he'd told you then, you would have most likely come down anyway. Young people are like this, unheeding of advice. They won't believe they can't walk until they've fallen. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. You're saying that I'm the cause of the human face disease? Shilian was in disbelief. By that logic, with this so-called predetermined fate, everything that uncrying, unlaughing creature does is my fault? So the upper court won't even bother with this? You can think of it that way, the State Preceptor acknowledged. But that's not altogether correct either. If you must track things to their origin, you could also blame your father and your mother. If they didn't give birth to you, then you wouldn't have ascended, and therefore you wouldn't have descended. By that reasoning, you could blame your entire Shanle ancestry. Assigning fault is meaningless. As for your last question, that's right, they won't. Because the Kingdom of Shanle was destined to fall. Since you reached out your hand and flipped the board, there will surely be another hand to set right all the game's upset pieces. Sholian drew in a deep breath. Not wanting to discuss whether the Kingdom of Shanle was destined to fall, he closed his eyes for a minute, then asked. So answer me, State Preceptor. If I disappear now, will that creature also disappear? I'm afraid not. The State Preceptor replied, this is villain speech. This is fucking villain speech. Easy to come, hard to go. Whether it's a god, ghost, or demon, it's all the same. Sholian nodded. Fine, he said rigidly. Thank you, State Preceptor, for your guidance. Shilian knew any more talk would be pointless. The only one he could rely on to keep fighting was himself. He bowed to the State Preceptor, bidding him farewell, and prepared to leave. Behind him, the State Preceptor called out, "Your Highness, how do you plan on walking your path from now on?" Shilian had his head down. "Since my disappearance would change nothing, I will fight to the end. That is my only path." After a pause, he raised his head high and clearly enunciated every word. "Be it a hand or something else, I don't care. The people I protect will never become its pawn." Well done. Well done. We have a little bit of an interlude here. Taking a little break for that one. So we can safely assume that Min Yanqing might not really have Shilian's best interest at heart anymore. What happened to him being your favorite? Yeah, him not doing what you wanted him to do is what happened. I'm going to have to re-listen to this later and reread it a couple of times, but right now I'm getting major vibes of, you didn't do as I said. This is why this is happening. Like, what is this? Like, call me crazy, but this is such villain speech to me. Like, this is giving major vibes of someone who's dissatisfied with how this has been going. And we're putting blame. Like, you literally said there's no point in assigning blame, but you're literally assigning all the blame to Shilian. What kind of gaslighting is this? Like, seriously, Mr. May, if you were so concerned with Shilian doing things the right way, where were you? Where were you? When you were supposed to be teaching him how to conduct himself up in heaven or whatever, like goodness me, Mr. May, Professor May, terrible 1.2 star rating on Rate My Professor. This is so, what's the word? It's just so low of you. This is so low. This is so low. This is so low. And yet we have to keep going. I really need to go back to this once I'm done shooting this, because I'll have more thoughts once I've listened to it a couple of times. 2 weeks later, Long Ying led the Yongan army in another attack. Oh yeah, he's been hiding out for a bit. Now he's out leading. After months of countless battles, big and small, the Yongan troops could now finally be called an army. They were no longer refugee brigands, but a proper army with considerable strength. It was as if Long Ying had evaporated from the mortal realm for a long time, and having waited for so long, when Shilian saw this man again on the battlefield, he didn't waste a moment. He dashed straight past the troops to face him, swinging down his sword as he shouted. "Where is that white-clothed man?" Long Ying blocked his attack and didn't answer, fighting back seriously. Shilian pressed him with each move he made. "You know who I'm talking about. My patience is limited." Unexpectedly, Long Ying stared at him and asked, "Your Highness, didn't you say it would continue to rain in Yong'an?" Shilian hadn't expected him to ask that question. Startled, the words got stuck in his throat. He did indeed promise Long Ying that Yong'an would have rain. However, in recent days, the number infected by the human face disease within the capital had increased exponentially. At this point, there were almost 500. Those 500 victims couldn't all be settled in Boyo Forest, as the quarantine camp was running out of space. The government officials were debating a move to a bigger place further away. Most of Shilian's power was being used to relieve the symptoms of those 500 people, and he had nothing left to create rain in Yong'an. Since he couldn't make use of the Rainmaster's hat, he felt bad keeping someone else's spiritual device. With no other options, he sent Feng Xin to the kingdom of Ryushi to return it and give his thanks. So we've given up on that. We gave up on that. Yeah. Which is a choice to make, and which is a promise broken and is adding to all of this. Wonderful. Damn, MXTX, kudos, you've done it again. Shilian struck again, yelling angrily. "I created that rain. Don't you have any clue why it stopped?" The angrier he was, the calmer Long Ying became. That has nothing to do with me. I only know that even without the human face disease, your powers won't last long. Just like how, even with your reign, not many will survive in Yong'an. It's all pointless. Your Highness, why do you think you can achieve anything you want to do? Rather than putting my fate in your hands, I chose to put it in my own. Something from that speech provoked Shulian, and his intent to kill flared. His blade turned slightly, and he raised his left palm. A voice screamed inside his head. Kill this man, and the remnants of the Yong'an army will be nothing to be afraid of. Throughout all their past meetings, this was the very first time Shulian had steeled his heart to kill Lang Ying. When he delivered a blow from his palm to Lang Ying's chest, the man spat blood from the strike, but the concussive blast did not penetrate his heart. Instead, it was repelled by a shock wave. Stricken with that shock, Shulian couldn't believe it. He backed away a few steps. You! Shulian knew very well what had shocked him back. When those who were destined for greatness in the mortal realm, kings, geniuses, and heroes of chivalry, encountered a dire situation, their bodies would naturally radiate a protective aura to shield them from harm. Most of them had the potential for ascension. Oh. Wait, did Lang Ying ascend at some point? We don't know. That would have been after Shulian's descent or whatever. This is interesting. Lang Ying was no more than a bull, yet he radiated that protective spiritual aura, and it was even an exceedingly rare one, the aura of a king. Okay, so this is the fate thing of the actual universe, right? This is how things work in a more physical sense. Lang Ying is destined to be king now. Maybe he didn't have that before, but now he certainly does. Shulian didn't dare to think deeply about what that meant, and he suddenly felt his heart go cold. The chill was from Lang Ying's sword, which had impaled him through the chest. Fuck. In that battle, there was no victory or defeat on either side. Many still perished on Yong'an's side, but this time, Shandle didn't fare any better. If it were anyone else, they could say it was a hard-won battle, but to Shulian, this was definitely defeat. It was the first time he had been at a disadvantage, and although Lang Ying was still no match for Shulian and retreated with injuries in the end, many witnessed Lang Ying stabbing him. Shulian could only guess that many soldiers were now talking behind his back. His Highness is a martial god. How could he be stabbed? Aren't we the army of God? Why wasn't this another overwhelming victory? However, Shulian had absolutely no time for such insignificant noise. Wuxiang had informed him that today another 100-some human face disease patients had been sent to Boyo Forest. One short day and over 100. He still hasn't told us what he figured out about the soldiers. I'm just assuming that it's what I mentioned. It really could be. It's the killing. It's got to be the killing. The condition of the first group of human face disease victims had worsened severely. There was not a single spot on their bodies that wasn't affected, and they had to be covered in thick white sheets lest they scare people. However, even through the covers, the contours of those bumps could still be seen. Shulian moved through the camp to help alleviate symptoms, and when he finally finished one round, Fengshen pulled him aside. "Your Highness, what happened on the battlefield today?" he asked in a low voice. "How could you get stabbed by that boar? You struck him so many times. Why didn't you just kill him?" Shulian didn't want to tell him that there was now a king's aura on Lang Ying that not even heavenly officials could touch. So he only smiled wryly in response. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him. It was that he could no longer kill him. All the spiritual power in his attacks was dissolved by that king's aura, and nothing worked against Lang Ying. When he realized this, he instantly switched to using his fists, but that Lang Ying was thick-skinned and could withstand quite the beating. Just then, someone wailed from a distance away. "Your Highness, save me!" Shirlian had accepted a bowl of water that Fengshin passed to him, and that wail came just as he was taking his first sip. Shirlian choked and didn't have the time to stop coughing before he rushed over. The one who had wailed was the young man who had given him that umbrella. And because Shirlian was particularly gentle toward him, his cries for help were also particularly frequent. At first, the only part of this man that had grown a face was his knee. Shirlian had used his power to stop the disease from spreading, so only his left leg had grown a face, nowhere else. But right now, he was madly kicking that leg and writhing. Shirlian held him down and comforted. "Don't move, I'm here." The young man was terrified to the core and grabbed onto him. Your Highness, save me! I felt an itch on my leg just now, like some weed was scratching me. But when I looked down, I saw those things. Their mouths were opening and closing, moving. They're eating grass. They're alive. The hair on Shirlian's neck raised instantly. He looked down, and sure enough, there were over a dozen faces tightly pressed together on the man's left leg. Many of the mouths were stuffed with grass, chewing, gnawing, as if they were starving. Many of the patients started screaming, and the crowd exploded in uproar. Fengshin and the soldiers had to use force to subjugate them and prevent a riot. Shirlian used a hand to hold the young man down and turned to someone beside him to ask, "Does his leg still work?" All the nursing staff at Buyu Forest wore full quarantine gear. They wrapped their whole bodies tightly in bandages and capes, making their faces unrecognizable in the process. One of the nurses answered him. His voice sounded like a boy's. Please be. "No, Your Highness, his leg is already forfeit. We don't know what else is festering in there. The leg is heavy as a block of lead, and we could hardly move it. The infection is also climbing. Soon it'll progress beyond the leg and reach his waist. Please be. Shirlian had done his utmost to use his powers to heal these people, yet the young man's leg had lost almost all normal function, and it was so obviously beyond saving. "Your Highness," one of the doctors whispered, "in my opinion, the only thing we haven't tried is cutting off the part with the faces. That might slow the spread." That was also the only solution Shirlian could think of. "Then cut it off!" "No!" the young man immediately cried. He was terrified of having his limb amputated, but at the same time he didn't dare hug his deformed leg, and he wept in pain. "My leg is not forfeit. Maybe it'll get better. Your Highness, don't you have any other way to save me?" Shirlian didn't want to answer with, "I'll do my best," or "I'll try," anymore. His sight was going dark, and he replied, "I'm sorry, I don't." It was the first time His Highness the Crown Prince had said such a thing, and it shocked everyone present. There were some who lost it right then and there and started screaming. "No! You're His Highness! You're a god! How could you not have any other way? We've been waiting for you to come up with something for days. How could you have nothing?" The one who spoke was immediately silenced as they were shoved down by someone, but it wasn't Fengshin or Wuxiang. Wuxiang was silent and frowning, seeming like he thought Shirlian's answer was too blunt and didn't comfort the crowd. Fengshin, on the other hand, was further away, barking at some particularly rowdy patients. Shirlian was battered and exhausted as of late, his unsheathed sword always hanging from his waist. When the blade came close to that grotesque leg, one of the faces felt the chill of the blade and suddenly stopped chewing. It opened its mouth and let out a shrill scream. That thing actually screamed. Although the sound was faint, it clearly came from the leg. The young man screamed as well, almost fainting from fright, and he clung onto Shirlian as he sobbed. "Your Highness, save me! Save me!" Right then, 3 shallow sores opened on his waist, close to his thigh. "Your Highness, it's spreading! It's spreading!" the doctor shouted in alarm. "The infection is spreading from his leg!" No matter how much spiritual power was spent, Shirlian still could not control the young man's condition in the end. Those horrifying things were about to spread over his entire body. Once that happened, there would be no going back. Could they really do nothing but sit back and watch? Shirlian gritted his teeth. "Let me ask you one thing. Do you want this leg or not? I cannot guarantee what will happen once it is gone. If you do not want it, nod and we will operate immediately. If you want it, then do not nod and we will figure something out." The young man was breathing heavily, his eyes blank from terror, his mind lost. It was like he was nodding but also shaking his head. The faces on his left leg started screaming one by one, as if welcoming their new companion. In between all the shrieks of "yeah" and "ah," the delight on their faces was apparent, and their little red tongues were quivering. It was hard to imagine what the insides of that young man's left leg looked like, just what it harbored within. This couldn't be delayed any further. Shirlian instructed the doctor. "Cut it off." It got really intense there for a bit, but just noticing that that someone was shouting in the background, and neither Function and Wuxiang shut them down, but they got shoved down by someone. That was. Come on. One of the nurses answered him. His voice sounded like a boy's. It's gotta be our boy. It's gotta be our boy Honghong'er, who, by the way, has killed people on the battlefield before. So if my theory is right, he's completely safe. He's completely safe from the disease, which yeah. I did theorize that he could have died from the disease earlier at some point, but I never really felt very convinced of that theory, and now we have proof that no, he did not in fact die from the human face disease. Okay. That doctor, however, waved his hand rapidly. "Your Highness, forgive me, I'm not very sure either, and I don't dare operate in a place like this. If amputation doesn't guarantee anything, then we shouldn't take the risk." The doctor cursed himself for speaking up. The nail that struck out got hammered down. And what was he doing, fighting for such a frightful job? He escaped back into the crowd and stopped talking. The young man was mumbling over and over, "Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, save me!" Yet Shirlian's mind was completely blank. And the hopeless voice mumbled inside him, "Who can come save me?" There was chaos all around, screams and cries everywhere. Those twisted little human faces, squished below, were wailing as well, and in that moment Shirlian thought he saw hell. It was like he was staring at hell without really seeing it. With cold sweat rolling, he widened his eyes, raised his arm. The sword slashed down, and blood splattered. The young man was only half conscious at first, but he snapped awake and screamed wildly after Shirlian cut his leg off. "My leg! My leg!" Shirlian knelt in a pool of blood, doing his best to hold him down, while his white robes were stained and mottled with red. "It's over! Doctors, stop his bleeding!" The doctors present were flustered and forgot themselves. Wuxiang couldn't watch any longer. He stepped forward. "Stop losing your heads!" He took out a small medicine bottle, and from it flowed a faint smoke that slowly stopped the bleeding. Shirlian also wrapped the wound with a layer of spiritual aura. As for that amputated leg, it lay on the ground all by itself. Suddenly, it quivered like a live creature, and it continued to squirm, even severed from its body. Shirlian raised his hand, and a fire roared forth. torching the leg into nothing but black ash. The young man wailed. "My leg!" Shirley checked his waist and saw that human face disease wasn't still festering. His eyes brightened and he said delightedly, "It's good. It stopped. It's not spreading." That young man finally stopped his tears and opened his eyes. "Really? Is it really better?" The people all sucked in a breath. Then the crowd began to stir, and after a moment of hesitation, someone shouted, "Your Highness, please treat me too!" A boy's voice rang out from not far away. "Don't be so reckless, we can't be sure. What if he relapses?" Thanks to that voice's reminder, Shirley calmed down too. Even in our darkest hour, our Lord and Savior Honghong'er is here to lead the way. Oh my lord, what would I do without him? What would I do without the hints of Honghong'er in this text? That's right, nothing is certain right now. We need some time to observe. Another piped up, their voice trembling in fear. How long do we need to observe? I can't wait any longer. If we keep waiting, this thing will spread to my face. Another just gave up altogether. I'm willing to take the chance. Soon, the hundreds within the boyo forest grew unruly and noisy, all of them beseeching him. Your Highness, please, we beg you, relieve us of this suffering. The masses started prostrating toward him, worshipping Shirley at the center. Although he was in a difficult situation, Shirley didn't dare to be careless. Everyone, please get up first. If this man does not relapse after some time, I will do my utmost to treat everyone. It was a while before the people were comforted. After making many more promises and settling the young man with the amputated leg elsewhere, Shirley sat down under a tree. Wuxiang looked around before speaking in a low voice. How could you just chop off his leg? If the man himself didn't beg you to do it, don't just take the reins. What if it didn't work, even after you amputated? You're the one he'd hate. Shirley's heart was still racing. With a hand covering his face, he croaked. It couldn't wait. He wouldn't dare answer me, and the doctor didn't dare to operate. I couldn't just stand by and watch the infection fester. Someone had to make the decision. For once, Function looked worried. Your Highness, I think you'd better take a rest. You really don't look that good. We'll take over for you for the time being. Shirley felt like he couldn't hang on much longer. He nodded slowly. All right, I'll rest here for a bit. We'll be heading back soon, so don't go too far. There was another wail from within the forest, and Function and Wuxiang left to go check. Shirley sat there, lost in a daze for a while. Then lay down on the ground right there. In the past, if no one was around to build him a perfumed tent with a tusk bed, he would never have just lain on muddy ground out in the wild. Under the current circumstances, however, he really didn't have the energy to trouble any errand runners. He dropped his head and passed out, still dirty and unkempt, the grime and blood on his robes left uncleansed. Another bit of foreshadowing in the past, I suppose. This is there's going to be a time when this is his new normal, I suppose. Shirley didn't know how much time had passed. He woke from his haze with a start when he heard Function calling for him, and he sat up immediately. When he did so, he felt something slip off him, and he looked down to find a patched, worn blanket. Someone must have covered him with it when he was resting. Shirley rubbed his forehead and spoke to the approaching Function. I don't need this, you can give it to the patients instead. Function was slightly taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? This blanket? It's not for me. I only just got back. Shirley turned his head. Was it you, Wuxiang? It wasn't me either, Wuxiang said. We all know who it was, come on. Maybe it was one of the devotees living in the camp who brought it for you. You're right on the money, Wuxiang. You're right on the money. I'll give you that. Shirlian looked around, but didn't see anyone worth noting. He shook his head, thinking, I didn't even sense anyone come close. What a shameful state I'm in. He folded the blanket and laid it on the ground before rising to his feet. Let's go. Shirlian left with a heavy heart, and very soon, the very thing he feared happened. 2 days later, Shirlian visited Buyo Forest again, and some of the doctors informed him of the issue. Around a dozen human face disease patients had ignored the warning and snuck out at night to use fire and knives to burn and slice away their souls. Which is one of the first things we learned about the human face disease and the people were doing, and now we're learning that they're doing it because they watched Shirlian make that attempt on this one patient. So even this way of treating the disease was, connected to Shirlian in some sense. Many of them mishandled the tools and lost too much blood, but they didn't dare tell anyone. They hid under their blankets quietly and died equally silently. Shirlian had only just left the battlefield when he received the news. Standing before hundreds, watching those bloody, crying patients, he finally lost his temper. Why won't any of you listen to reason? Didn't I say we haven't confirmed this method would cure the infection's root cause? How could you be so foolish? It was the first time he had gotten so mad in front of so many devotees, and the masses bowed their heads silently, afraid to speak. Shirlian was so furious that he couldn't help but lecture a bit more, but as he berated them, someone spoke up unexpectedly. Your Highness is invincible, so of course you'd call us foolish, but aren't our conditions so desperate that we had no choice but to try foolish methods? Although this individual didn't oppose him openly, his voice still dripped with sarcasm. I read that completely differently, but okay. Blood rushed to Shirlian's head, and he snapped. What did you say? That person immediately shrank back into the crowd and disappeared. Feng Shen was farther away and didn't hear. Otherwise, he would have cussed him out already. Wuxiang noticed that the mood of the crowd was going in the wrong direction and cautiously chose not to provoke any more outrage. Seeing that Shirlian didn't actually respond, another piped up. Your Highness, if you can't save us, then we gotta save ourselves. Don't worry, we won't waste your holy medicine or spiritual power. It was hot blood that rushed up at first, but now Shirlian felt immense cold. What the heck? Did I ever say using my holy medicine or spiritual power was the problem? Clearly, I only stopped them because amputation might not work. Why do they have to say like I'm arrogant and only making empty promises? I can't feel their pain, but if my desire to help them wasn't sincere, why in the world would I give up being a heavenly official and bring trouble upon myself down here? He'd never been stabbed by another's words before, and he'd never been wronged like this. Thousands of thoughts filled his mind, but none could be formed into words. He knew this was all because he couldn't find a cure for human face disease, and his devotees were finally losing their patience. The suffering of these citizens was 100 times worse than his own hardships. He could only clench his fists, cracking his knuckles. A moment later, he landed a sudden punch on a tree next to him. The tree cracked and snapped, making the people jump and ending their whispers. Only then did Feng Shui notice something wrong and rushed over. Your Highness! Landing that punch relieved Shirlian's fury and let him calm down somewhat. Yet in that dead silence, another person spoke up. Your Highness, there's no need for you to be so angry. Everyone here is a patient, and we're all your followers. No one owes you anything. Once those words were spoken, many nodded to themselves. Although the voices were quiet, Shirlian's senses were sharp, and he could hear every sound clearly. The crowd was grumbling. Finally, someone dared speak the truth. I've been holding it in, afraid to say anything. Didn't they always say His Highness the Crown Prince was a gentle soul? But I guess he's different in person. In that endless wave of talk, Shirley-Ann unconsciously took a step back. In his 20 years, he had never been terrified before any enemy, and he had never been afraid. Yet at that very moment, an emotion akin to terror swept through his heart. Just then, he heard another person whisper, "With such impressive might, why not go set fire to the enemy camps instead of making us suffer all these battles?" Hearing those words, he couldn't stand there any longer. Of course, he knew that he was now nothing like that sword-bearing, flower-holding, smiling, kind martial god on the Alta. Shirley-Ann turned and ran, sprinting out of Boyo Forest like he was trying to escape. Behind him, Function and Mooching yelled, "Your Highness, where are you going?" There was suddenly a disturbance in the crowd. It seemed a young member of the nursing staff had suddenly started beating up patients out of the blue. And now others were joining in the brawl. Yet Function and Mooching had no time to worry about them anymore. They called forth troops to take care of the situation and immediately ran after Shirley-Ann. His flight was taking him towards Baiti Hill. Every one of his steps carried him several dozen meters, and soon he came to the top of that densely wooded mountain. Shirley-Ann was seeing red, and he shouted into the forest. "Come out! Your Highness!" Function cried after him. "What are you doing coming here?" Shirley-Ann yelled to the sky. "I know you're here, so come the hell out!" Mooching shouted. "If he came when you called, we wouldn't need to—" He trailed off and fell silent. Behind the three of them, something made scrunching sounds. Whipping their heads around, they saw, sitting upon a vine, watching them, was none other than that white-clothed creature, the left side of his face crying and the right smiling. The creature had actually heeded his call. Oh my lord. What is happening? What? We're something. Oh my lord. Shirley-Ann immediately lost it at the sight of him. He lunged, crying sharply, "I'm going to kill you!" That white-clothed creature lightly and nimbly evaded him. His large white sleeves were like the wings of a dancing butterfly, elegant and beautiful. Don't like the butterfly imagery used here. We don't like to give butterflies to anyone else. Function and Mooching made a confused noise and moved to aid Shirley-Ann, but they abruptly noticed something extremely alarming and halted, looking dumbfounded. Shirley-Ann, on the other hand, was filled with rage and noticed nothing. He unsheathed his longsword just as Function shouted, "Your Highness, don't you see? He—" Shirley-Ann's hand was already around the neck of that white-clothed creature. The other hand held his sword, pointed at the creature's heart. The creature was clearly at his mercy, but suddenly it burst out laughing. That laugh was sonorous and gentle, like the laughter of a young man. Shirley-Ann thought it sounded familiar, like someone he knew. But in his rage, he couldn't think of who that voice belonged to. And that sliver of confusion didn't last. Soon enough, the white-clothed creature sighed. Shirley-Ann, it doesn't matter how much you struggle. You're going to lose. The kingdom of Shanda is doomed. Shirley-Ann was furious and slapped him without waiting a beat. Who do you think you are? No one gave you the right to talk, so shut up! That was an exceedingly rude gesture for him. The head of that white-clothed creature was knocked askew from the force of the slap, but he righted it again. Do you really want me to shut up? All right, but you know, there is a way for you to turn your defeat into victory. It just depends on your willingness to act. If he hadn't added that last comment, Shilian would have ignored him, but with it, Shilian thought that just maybe there could be some truth to his words, that there was a way, but one with a heavy price. He forced down his fury with a deep breath. "How?" he demanded darkly. "If you want me to do something, just say it and stop wasting my time." "Come closer and I'll tell you," the white-clothed creature beckoned him. "Fine," Shilian acquiesced. Fengshen was alarmed. "Your Highness, you're not actually—" But then Shilian pierced the heart of that white-clothed creature with his sword. He leaned in, close. "Speak!" With an exceedingly soft voice, the white-clothed creature whispered in his ear, and no one else heard exactly what he said. Yet the longer Shilian listened, the more his eyes widened. After listening for a while, he slapped the creature again, unable to hold back. "I didn't say to tell me this," he yelled. "What I want is a solution, a cure." "I did tell you." "That is the way," the white-clothed creature said. "It all depends on whether you're willing to do it." Shilian's face twisted. "What exactly do you want? Who are you, really?" The white-clothed creature chuckled. "Who am I? Can't you take off my mask and see for yourself? Oh my lord, what is going on? What is going on?" What did Fengshen and Wuxiang notice? What are they noticing? Is this it? Is this the... Shilian had already planned to do just that, so he yanked off the half-crying, half-smiling mask in a fit. The next second he froze completely. Behind that mask, the one smiling at him had the fair and handsome face of a young man. His eyes twinkled with life, a smile curved his lips, and his expression was endlessly gentle and modest. It was his own face. "Excuse you? What? What do you know? I mean, yeah, we've been new, but what do you mean? No. What is going on? This is some psychological bullshit. I need more tea and then I'll be back for the tea, I suppose. Oh my lord. Like what? Okay, so I had a little bit of a break. I made myself some more tea and stood staring at the blizzard raging outside for a few minutes. Oh my lord. What a chapter. A lot of things happened in this chapter. It was not just one scene, there were so many scenes, I stopped counting them. A lot of shit happened over several months. Weeks at least. And it's a lot. It's a lot, and there's a lot of like important conversations and a lot of different things that I need to like the rewatch/listen to this as I trim is going to be really important to me. But as of the last scene that we just read, okay, because here's the thing. I feel like reading this last scene, you should be tempted to remember what Mei Nianqing has just said in the latest conversation between him and Shilian. And you'll likely have like this feeling of, oh, was this thing really created from Shilian? And you know, this is the first time Shilian's companions, Wuxiang and Fengshen, sees the white-cloth calamity, and immediately they are like, stop, wait, something, because they seem to recognize Shilian's form. You know, they see Shilian's form all the time. Shilian doesn't see his own form all the time. So yeah, there's like several things here, several clues that are supposed to clue you in on, oh wow, what if this really is Shilian's fault that disappeared and it's created from him like an evil Shilian, like a shadow Shilian. It's the plot of 2002's Super Mario Sunshine. And I think it's not. I don't think so. Like, I was tempted there for a second to go back to my by Wuxiang is Shilian BS, but I think this is a psychological play. So why am I so unwilling to think that this is actually, you know, truly something that has been created because of Shirley apparently messing with the fates and fortunes of things around in this little universe? Well, the first thing is, shapeshifting is a thing. We know that shapeshifting is a thing in this universe. We know that Pei Shaw, for instance, looks different in his disguise, and we know a few other people who might have some nifty disguises going on. So changing your form and your shape is a thing, for one. Two, the reason why I do not believe that the first time we see the White Cloth Calamity, it is already, you know, been created from Shirley is, at that point in time, the only thing Shirley has done is descend, and he's just fought that one big battle. But everything that happened after that one big battle is so premeditated. Like, that whole plan is so complex, and there are so many parts playing into it. And with the implication, again, that something that's outside forces are helping and supporting the young rebels. And then the fact that, you know, Long Ying disappears for a bit, and then he immediately knows that, oh, the rain stopped in Yong'an for a few days. Like, just a few days, and he already knows that the rain stopped coming. Like, someone who knew the rain stopped coming or was about to stop coming would want him to know that information. What I'm saying is, Bai Wuxiang has been too meticulous and too clever too early on to have just been something that's just appeared to be Shadow Shirley. I don't believe this scene for a second. I believe that this is shape-shifting. It's shape-shifting, and it's done deliberately to fuck with Shirley and to fuck with his companions. And whatever's being whispered as the solution, like, I don't know, like, make them all into murderers, have them all kill people. That's gotta be it, or something along those lines. Become a nation of that will commit a genocide of the Yong'an people in order to survive. I'm just throwing stuff out there right now, but it gotta be something like that. It's gotta be something like that. But oh my god, again, what a chapter. So much happened in this chapter. I didn't even know what was worth keeping note of and what isn't. There's so much. And oh my lord, it's just the way everything just keeps piling up on top of everything. This was a heavy chapter to read, and there was hardly any relief whatsoever. Like, we literally leave Honghong'er in the dust in the very beginning of the chapter. We never get to know why he was not in the army anymore, how he got kicked out or anything. So that's a secret still, I guess. But there are hints that Honghong'er might actually have ended up joining the quarantine team of nurses at the Boyo Forest. I have no idea how to say these words. I'm just making it up as I go. So at Boyo Forest, Boyo. And you know, Honghong'er is a murder machine. We know that Honghong'er's killed people. Like, he killed people in that first battle with Shirley. Very, very likely. So he should be immune against the face disease. And that is the only light in the end of the tunnel here for me. Because I know he's still gonna die. But at least it won't be because of the evil plague guy's face disease. But oh my lord, like the whole scene, the fact that he calls him, I don't actually know if he does, if this is just a translation thing or if he actually does, but he calls him by his name. Shirley. I love it. I love this entry. It's so creepy. It's so wonderful. And Shirley is so desperate. Like, we are reaching new levels of desperation, and everything that's happening is just so demoralizing. And the guy's 20. 20 years old and facing all of this. So he's so fucking young. Suddenly very fitting that I ended up making the mask for Lien Lien. It seems it's on point, Lien Lien. It's on point. You're cosplaying as by Wuxiang in this episode. There were some fun moments too. I liked the little the little jokes with like Function being like, let's exercise to prevent the spread of the human face disease. That's one of my favorite moments in the whole arc so far. And I like the little how Wuxiang and Function, like Shirlian's come up with this competition, because the only thing that can break them away from an argument against each other is a competition against each other, which I kind of like. I kind of love that. We have this joke whenever we talk about Function and Wuxiang in the server. There's like this underlying joke that they're gonna make everything a competition. Like even if you ship these two, like they'll make a relationship a competition. They'll make marriage into a competition. And now that is canonically correct. You guys might have already known, and now I have canonical evidence that these two make everything into a competition if given the chance. And that was like, yeah, my few little points of light in this maze. This not even a maze, like it feels like not quicksand. It's a marsh. It's like walking around in a marsh, and there are dead people everywhere. And there are like the dead people marshes in like Lord of the Rings. That's what it feels like. And instead of Gollum to guide our way, we have this guy. He's not very nice. In fact, I don't think he means for us to escape this anymore. Oh my lord. But yeah, so here's another thing. Now we have Bai Wuxiang apparently telling Shilian how to get out of this thing, how to stop the human face disease or whatever. And that is another thing that kind of adds to his motivation as a character then. He wants to manipulate Shilian into doing things. He wants Shilian to act. He's laughing his ass off. He's enjoying this shit. This is a fucking sadist. Bai Wuxiang is giving Joker vibes, honestly. And he's obviously been manipulating Lang Ying as well. But then again, like Lang Ying was prime for manipulation, honestly. He was already so radicalized. He was just waiting for the opportunity. And now it's gone to the point where Lang Ying has gone from bum to destined to be king. So Shilian can no longer kill him as a god, which is interesting. And it's the first time we're really seeing fate at work properly in this universe. Like everything else is just shit Mei Nianqing says, and he's really annoying me right now, so I don't even want to talk about him. But oh my lord, if someone is Bai Wuxiang right now, or at least, you know, playing his side, that's very Mei Nianqing right now. Like I'm so annoyed and so confused with his little conversation with Shilian, his little his refusal to even call on the emperor. Like this is a shit situation. Your kingdom is going to shit. You still live there. Why would you not like tell the emperor at all? Well, apparently because he thinks it's pointless. Yeah, no, that whole scene was very confusing to me. I don't really want to talk about it before I've reread it, because it's right now, it's super confusing to me. I need a few more minutes rereads before I'm ready to speak on Mei Nianqing, other than the fact that he is really annoying to me right now. That was such an annoying scene to read. And again, it's probably because I am heavily Shilian biased, so of course all of this is super annoying and frustrating. There was no fun stuff in this chapter. Is that going to be the rest of this arc? Is the rest of this arc going to be this depressing? Because that was very depressing. There were fun things. There were a couple of fun things happening. We got a few lipsy replies out of this. But oh my lord. Come on. There are 2 more chapters of about 30 pages left in Arc 2. This is probably not advisable. As in, don't do this at home, kids. I have work in the morning, but we're not stopping. You ready for this? I'm so dumb. Why am I doing this to myself? I should not be doing this to myself. This is not responsible at all, but here we go. Chapter 39. Gilded Figure Exertion to block celestial ruin. Gilded figure, back to our statues. Exertion to block celestial ruin. Is this Shirley trying to stop his own banishment, I suppose? Because it's like he's already said he's given up being a heavenly official, but he still has all his powers. So he's not banished yet, right? He's not banished. He's just exited heaven and isn't allowed back in. Anyway, let's go for it. Let's just read and figure it out, because we're in a situation right now. We're in a situation facing off Shirley versus Shirley. Let's go. Shirley was beyond outraged. He yanked the sword out of the creature's chest and was about to thrust again when he realized that there wasn't a trace of blood on the blade. Instantly, he understood and changed course, slashing off the white-clothed creature's head. The decapitation was swift, and when the head and its body were separated, both shriveled up into a heap of skin bags. That body was an empty shell. It was just a puppet. Come on. Twice he had met this creature, and twice he had used a fake body. Not once had he shown himself in his true form. Although unsurprised, Shirley was still filled with furious resentment. His sword vented his anger on that soft, limp body, the sharp aura of the blade slashing the skin bag to shreds, but still he wasn't relieved. Function couldn't watch anymore and tried to stop him. "Your Highness, it's only a shell!" But that shell was the exact image of Shirley's youngest self. So it looked like Shirley was cruelly mutilating himself. It painted an uncomfortable picture. Shirley heaved a few breaths, then threw the sword to the side and sat on the ground. "I know, but I can't believe it dared use my face!" He was so very angry, and the other two crouched down in front of him. They waited in silence for a moment before Function spoke up. "Your Highness, do you feel better? Don't take his bullshit to heart, he's just playing with you." But Shirley replied, "No, some of the things he said to me weren't a joke, it's just..." Function was shocked. "He actually told you how to lift the curse?" Shirley's right hand grabbed his own hair. "He didn't tell me how to cure human face disease. What he told me was how to inflict human face disease." The other two were aghast. Inflict? Inflict. How to do it? How to inflict human face disease? As in, oh my lord. So by Wuxiang is literally gone, well, this is the bomb I dropped on your people. Here is how to drop the same bomb, presumably on the Yong'an people. That's what it means, right? That's it. Shirley nodded. Then he looked around. He felt it was best not to stick around by J Hill, and that they should leave before talking. He didn't want to see the soldiers avert their gazes, nor hear the cries and whines of patients, so he returned to his bedchambers at the palace, which had been left empty for many years. Once the doors were closed, Shirley finally managed to calm down somewhat. He sat down and spoke gravely. "The faces growing on those people are dead souls from Yong'an." "Oh, okay. That makes sense then, why there was like an old man and a woman on the other one. They have faces because they are the souls of the dead people of Yong'an, oh my lord. Some are those who died on the battlefield, but the majority are those who died in the drought." Right, battlefield and drought victims. Wuxiang wasn't surprised. No wonder no one from Yong'an was infected with human face disease. Of course they wouldn't attack their own people. Function frowned. "Those who died in the drought weren't killed by those in the imperial capital. Even if they hold a grudge, there's no reason to target us." Shirley breathed a sigh. "Even if that's the case, you both know that when a person dies, there's a period of confusion. When a person passed away, there was a period of time when their soul was like a newborn baby, barely conscious, half cognizant, unaware of who they were, where they were now, or what they were doing. Depending on the soul's affinity, that period could be long or short and was called the period of confusion. Under those circumstances, the family or lovers of those spirits could guide or influence them, and the funeral custom of calling spirits to the seventh day was based on this. Okay, funeral custom, I don't know much about this. But okay, I'm rolling with it. He told me that the soldiers of Yong'an harbor an intense animosity toward the capital, Shilian continued. That their parents, spouses, children, many of them died in the drought. The souls of the dead are unconsciously affected by their families' emotions, so we used the strong will of those soldiers to instill enmity within their souls. He urged them to take on others' living flesh as a host, and to fight for nourishment with their host's body. It worked because those souls, in their period of confusion, were repeatedly indoctrinated by one thought. If not for them, you could have survived. What kind of hellish belief is that? Thinking you can judge who deserves to live or die? Function asked. Shilian covered his forehead. Lang Ying unintentionally buried the body of his son here at the capital, and that became a fuse for the creature's curse. I told him to give me a cure, but even with all that talk, all he told me was how to cast a curse. What in the world? A curse couldn't be lifted simply by knowing how it had been cast. Function cussed. He is playing with you. What the hell? What the fuck? Wuxiang, however, piped up. He wasn't playing with you. He did tell you the way. Between Shilian and Function, one looked up and the other turned his head. What way? The way to lift the curse, Wuxiang replied. His eyes were bright, like he'd discovered a secret. Yong'an's curse works because they harbor hatred towards Shanle, but Shanle doesn't harbor any less hatred toward Yong'an. Shilian's eyes widened slightly, and his breathing hitched. What exactly are you saying, Wuxiang? Since he told you how to cast a curse, then an eye for an eye, oh my lord. Seriously? Are you seriously saying this right now? You can cast the same curse and inflict human face disease upon those in Yong'an, Wuxiang continued. Just think, the curse only works if there are live people powering it with their emotions. Once they're infected by the disease, they'll be too busy dealing with it. And maybe in the long run, there won't be any of them left to power it. And then the curse will break itself. Okay, that's certainly a lot of reasoning there. You have no guarantee for this, though. Why are we suddenly suggesting eye for an eye to begin with? Shilian had never thought of it that way. The explanation dumbfounded him for a moment, but then he blurted. Absolutely not! Why not? Wuxiang pushed. Don't forget, they were the ones who cast the curse first. Shilian instantly rose to his feet. No means no. Also, you're wrong. It's likely that the Yong'an soldiers have the same immunity as the soldiers of Shanle. Don't ask me why. Then infecting only civilians is fine too, Wuxiang immediately cut in. They don't have the capital's medical resources and helping hands. The moment the human face disease erupts, it'll spread much faster, and they'll have no way to fight back. Threatening the safety of the civilians to stop their curses would be exactly like forcing them to surrender. They can't compete with the capital in a battle of resources. Shilian instantly rejected the idea. Absolutely not. Don't forget what we called them when they attacked the innocent civilians of the capital. Despicable. If we do the same thing, won't we become just as despicable? How would we be any different? Wuxiang schooled his excitement. Your Highness, don't forget the type of people who died to lure you into that land of the tender snare. That's who you're calling innocent civilians. Once that was said, Shilian fell into hesitation. To be honest, it was impossible for him not to take that incident to heart. Nonetheless, he stood firm. Yeah, I can imagine that must probably have been... that is such a moment. Because in all of these other moments, yes, Shilian is desperate, he's not succeeding, and he feels like he's failing, but that was the one time he had no control of his body. Like, he lost all bodily autonomy in that scene, and I can imagine that was a scary, scary feeling. Like, all of this is bad, but that was especially bad if you're Shilian, right? But nevertheless, he stood firm. There are certainly those types, but that's because those who charge at the forefront are the most passionate. So they're the ones you see. In reality, most of the civilians know nothing. Go to Baiji Hill and you'll see, Shillian said. Many of them don't even know why they're fighting. They'll go where there's food. They just want to survive. Wuxiang, what you're advising me to do right now is to save a group of innocent people by killing another group of innocent people. He sighed. Let me try to think of another way. Wuxiang's tone was growing impertinent and somewhat mocking. Why would I want to go to Baiji Hill to see how the enemy civilians get on? Please, Your Highness, you're so considerate of others, but they've never been considerate of you. Doesn't that suck? Shillian was despondent and hung his head. The image of that leg packed with faces floated to the top of his mind. The leg that continued to squirm and twitch even after it had been severed. He hesitated for a long while, but in the end, he still shook his head. At the end of the day, this isn't me being considerate. Even if we only consider ourselves, a curse is a double-edged sword by its very nature. It hurts us while it hurts others, Shillian said. In order to curse someone, the living caster must possess a vicious heart, and those who died also cannot rest in peace. They suffered enough while alive, and now in death, they must live on as monsters, in another's flesh. You saw those things on that man's leg that day. Those faces were desperately trying to live. How is a life like that any better than living as the one infected? Curses will always rebound one day, and no one will come to a good end. Having been spurned repeatedly, Wuxiang was losing his patience. Before they reach their bad end, we will already have perished. You don't have a third path, and there is no second cup of water. Wake up, Your Highness. You're running out of time. Oh my god. This is so tense. Why is everything so far in this read is just so tense? And this is so telling. This is kind of what I've expected to happen for a while now. Like, to begin with, while Wuxiang has expressed a lot of altruism, like when we're watching him in the first part of Arc 2, like him sharing food with the kids on the street and with him caring so much for his mother, like there's a lot of altruism in a lot of Wuxiang's actions, but at the end of the day, he is not going to sacrifice himself and, well, by extension, the people he really cares for people who want to harm him. In this case, guessing that his mother is still alive, we haven't heard anything else about it, and possibly I would be a victim of the face disease. Yeah, this is, it's not great. Not great. So I definitely understand some of his desperation as well here, because this is desperation. This is... He is feeling helpless because he's not the one who holds the power to make the decision here. That's Shillian, but he very much would like him to make the decision he wants to make now, because again, it's kind of life or death looking situation, right? Shillian could feel his head burning, and he closed his eyes. Don't say anymore. Let me think about it. A Ellipser reply. Not a good one, a sad Ellipser reply. At last, Wuxiang couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing under his breath. Oh my god, he really can't let it rest. Oh no. You really are. The one suffering indecision is you. With a cure in hand, the one refusing is also you. You're really, really annoying. Look at the hellish state of you. The mere sight of you is a pain. Your worshippers must have reaped enough bloody misfortune for 8 lifetimes. At first, Fengshen had listened to their argument glumly, and because he couldn't contribute any better ideas, he didn't join in. But at that, he suddenly raised his hand and shoved. Are you done? Wuxiang was shoved back a few steps, and Shillian looked up. Fengshen? Your Highness, don't mind me. Fengshen shouted, then turned to Wuxiang to continue. Why are you always so irritated? Tell us just what exactly irritates you. I've tolerated you for a long time now, but I'm not going to hold back today. I can't fucking stand your type. You're nothing but a deputy general, and without His Highness's appointment, who knows where you'd be? So why do you always act like you're smarter, sharper, and stronger than him? If you're so competent, why did His Highness ascend and not you? Wuxiang cried. Sholian pulled at him. Drop it, Fengshen. Wuxiang is just anxious over the current situation. Anxious my ass! Fengshen cut in. Your Highness, I'm telling you, all he ever wants is to find reasons to lecture you. He won't let go of any chance he gets to show he's better than you because he genuinely, seriously believes he's better than you. With an apathetic person like him, you don't usually see any signs that he actually cares about the kingdom of Shanle, but now suddenly he's anxious? He turned to Wuxiang again. You really think I can't tell that you think His Highness is a fool? I can tolerate your sarcasm and those rolling eyes. I can tolerate you always standing where you shouldn't in the upper court. You like to show off, and it's hardly the first time you pulled this shit, so fine, go show off. You're not good enough to wow the heavens anyway. His Highness doesn't mind, so I don't give a shit either. But since you're gonna cross the line, I'm not gonna hold back. Listen up! I'm not surprised you'd leap at a chance to use despicable means, but His Highness is His Highness. No matter what he decides, you better respect it. Don't you dare be so critical, and don't forget who the fuck you are. As Fengshen tore into Wuxiang, oh my god, and he really did, oh my lord. Oh my lord. Sholian tried stopping him multiple times, but because he'd been holding back for so long, he couldn't be stopped from spilling everything in one go. Wuxiang's face paled by a shade with every word. At first, he jerked as if he wanted to fight, but in the end, he stood unspeaking, glaring ominously at Fengshen. Paled by a shade with every word? Those are a lot of words. That was a lot of shades. You're already quite pale, Wuxiang. This is like we're at what's the code for white again? Like hashtag FFFFFF. Yeah, this really was. F in the chat. Sholian was furious. Are you done? Do you want me to kick both of you out? Fengshen's face was completely beet red with all the blood that had rushed to his head, and he stiffened his neck. Kick me out for all I care. I don't give a shit about being a heavenly official. If it wasn't for your Highness's appointment, I really wouldn't give a damn, he declared. But even if you boot me back to the mortal realm, and I become human again, I will still be loyal to you, your Highness. At your command, I will be the first to charge forward, but I won't stand for a traitor. If this guy can't use you as a stepping stone to become a heavenly official himself, he might not even bother following you anymore. I bet he doesn't even have a single good thing to say about you. There, I'm done. At first, Wuxiang was silent. His lips pursed tightly. But he'd held back for too long as well. He couldn't put up with it anymore and yelled back, oh my lord, oh my lord. Good on you for yelling back, I guess, Wuxiang, but oh my lord, Fengshen. Fengshen's obviously had a lot of thoughts. I don't think all of them are grounded in reality. And others, I think, is a bit misinterpreted in the sense of both Fengshen and Wuxiang were probably destined for ascension eventually. They are very unique individuals. And while they might not, have ascended in Sholian's and their lifetime, because that's apparently rare, after having been deputies for Sholian for a while, they would have had the chance. But again, from what I've been reading in Arc 2 so far, I do think Wuxiang takes a lot of pride in his work as a deputy, and also as in that position as one of the people Sholian has chosen for his ascension. Like that, and you know that this guy has a praise king that's just compliment his saber again, please. But yes, this is a shitty fucking situation, and a lot of resentment is coming out now that we're being pushed to the limits, because both Wuxiang and Fengshen has already had a blowout, and now Wuxiang is gonna have another blowout at Fengshen this time around. Fucking hell. But to summarize so far, while I can understand Wuxiang's desperation, that's low. We don't do that shit around here, boy. Please. So I understand that that's enough to have made Fengshen snap, but also, please, let's see what Wuxiang has to say. Fucking use him? What a beautiful speech. But what do you know? Shilian was going mad. Both of you, shut up! Shut up! The two bit back their retorts with immense difficulty. Oh shit, I thought mooching was gonna go off again, but Shilian is here to shut them up finally. The dispute this time was too great, and even training idioms couldn't save them. It was a while before Shilian could push down his fury. In any case, cursing is a no-go, Shilian said, his head throbbing. Mooching scoffed, but he still acknowledged. Sure, you're the boss. Function was more succinct. Probably. I'll look that up later. Yes, sir. Mooching returned to his normal impassive self and said, if there were any consequences, Highness would take on the burden himself anyway. Function clicked his tongue, but didn't say another word. Maybe that's something they do agree on, maybe. Like for better or worse, Shilian acquiesced immediately. Of course, I've already decided. So yeah, you would have. What have you decided, Shilian? Just then, the three of them all felt violent tremors, their bodies swaying with the quakes. Shilian was bewildered. What's going on? Function was the first to react. Earthquake! With earthquakes came casualties, and Shilian shouted. Save the people! Another natural disaster. Great. Keep it coming. MXDX, you're really, there's been too few complications added already. Natural disaster. Let's do it. With earthquakes came casualties, and Shilian shouted, save the people. Just as they were about to rush out, someone quickly rolled from under the bed and extended their arms. Cousin, don't forget about me. Take me along too. Oh, fuck. Someone rolled out from under the bed, and it's for a split second there, I had hoped for some reason that it would be Honghong'er, but kind of glad it wasn't, because that's kind of creepy, but also Chirong, fuck. Okay. Come on, let's do it. Seeing him, Shilian was even more perplexed. Chirong, why are you in my chambers? He couldn't possibly fathom the bizarre life Chirong led, having nothing better to do all day than collect anything related to Shilian. He also didn't know how long Chirong had been listening in on them in secret. Oh no. But with such a dire situation at hand, he didn't have the time to question him. He grabbed Chirong's arm and ran, disposing of him in an open area. There was chaos within the palace, and countless attendants screamed as they rushed out of that extravagant building. Is anyone hurt? Is anyone trapped? Shilian called out loudly. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the earthquake stopped, and after inquiring around, it seemed that there were no wounded or dead. Nevertheless, he was tense. Suddenly, there was another scream, and many were pointing at the sky behind him. Shilian whipped around, and his pupils shrank. At the center of the palace, there was a gigantic, magnificent pagoda, and it was now tilting to the side at a dangerous angle. The celestial pagoda was going to collapse. The fuck? What is this? The celestial pagoda, known officially as the Pagoda of Celestial Being, had centuries of history in its walls and was one of the signature features of the Shanle Palace. It was also the tallest building of all the imperial capital, sitting at its heart between the palace and the city. It was a renowned landmark. If this pagoda fell, there would be innumerable casualties. Okay. Wait, so it's a huge landmark, built the tallest building in the imperial capital, at the heart between the palace and the city. Okay. The palace attendants and the pedestrians on the street outside all started fleeing with even more panic. Seeing this, Shilian's right hand swiftly moved to cast a spell, and he yelled in the direction of Mount Taizang. Come! The pagoda continued to lean slowly, and just as it bent 1/3 of the way down, the masses suddenly felt another round of tremors. This tremor also came from the ground, yet it was different from that of an earthquake. The tremors came one at a time with their own rhythm. And they came faster and faster, closer and closer. As the pagoda continued to tilt, the people finally realized that those tremors were footsteps of something. A giant golden statue, its glowing body over 15 meters tall, a sword in one hand, flower in the other, its body streaked with rays of light, was striding toward the palace. Are you for real? Are we controlling a giant statue to come help us? What? Surely. Isn't that the Crown Prince statue from the Royal Holy Temple's Palace of Shanle? Someone shouted in amazement. Yeah, same. It's the huge one. Soon, many more recognized it. It's true, it's the golden statue. Look, it's coming from Mount Taizang. Every step that golden statue took spanned kilometers, but it didn't step on a single person. Thump, 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 thump. It strode into the palace as if in flight and caught the collapsing celestial pagoda. That glowing gilded figure, shining with golden light under the setting sun, raised both hands and exerted all its strength to hold up the gigantic pagoda that had almost fallen. It was the very image of a miracle, shocking countless witnesses into awed silence. Meanwhile, Shirlian slowly withdrew his hand and looked up at his divine statue. Gazing at that calm, handsome, gilded face, confusion flickered through his mind. And that was certainly a way to end that chapter. I am so confused. So I know what a pagoda is. I do know what a pagoda is, but how would it? Okay, so it's really tall. It's the tallest building in Shanle, and I'm guessing it was falling towards the city, and it was falling pretty fast. And now we're stopping it using the statue, but it's something is confusing Shirlian, and I can't quite tell what is confusing him just yet. I mean, I'm gonna find out in just a second, but I'm just taking a break now that the chapter is also breaking, and we only have like 20 pages left of this arc, so we're gonna do it. We're gonna dive into it. It's gonna be great. But I do need like a cup of water or tea or something if I'm gonna last. So just a second, I'll be right back. But oh my lord, we the fucking statue came running. A statue came running. I can't tell if this is actually happening anymore, or if I just shouldn't be reading because it's midnight. But we still have 20 pages to go, so I'll be right back. Another tough chapter, and I'm not going to assume that the next one's gonna be any less tough, actually. But what is making this chapter such a tough read? There are a lot of things. Like, yeah, we're still in this super terrifying situation. We're learning at least that that Bai Wuxiang is just throwing a lot of these puppets. Puppets, huh? Like that puppet master. Oh. Because we the first time we encounter puppets is in the Banyu arc in volume 1, and we're kind of convinced that there must be like this puppet master who's like making these skin bags, and this is the only other notable use of puppets that I can recall right now at this moment in time. So are we saying that is Bai Wuxiang truly a calamity, or is Bai Wuxiang one big puppet show? In which case, the whole the thing I was talking about earlier before starting this read, with the possibility of John Woo kind of being behind Bai Wuxiang, could make a lot more sense. It doesn't necessarily have to be John Woo. I still have to think about this, but it makes sense that there could be heavenly officials pulling some puppety strings here with the puppets and shit. Anyway, I'm gonna have a think about that. So, by Wuxiang, the agent of chaos has just shown Shulian how to build a nuke. The same nuke that has, just hit his own people. And he's basically saying, here is how to do it. Now your turn. And Shulian's like, I'm not gonna, because this is ultimately a terrible sacrifice. The people who would be like the dead of Shanle would never be able to rest in peace if they are made into, confused souls that are made to occupy young people and their faces and bodies and such. And it would infect civilians. So the innocent people in Yongan, the people who haven't done anything, would be the ones bearing the brunt of it. And oh my god, isn't this the imagery of a lot of modern day conflict out in the world? But then we're talking about all these things, and like this is a huge dilemma, but at the same time, like the ethics of it are pretty straightforward. Like, make sure a lot of people die and suffer, or use those people suffering to make sure a lot of other people die and suffer. So hopefully we will suffer less in the future. Teehee. But yeah, so we're getting a lot of sparks between our Shanle trio, and again, I can't wait to re-listen to that, to kind of try and analyze it a little bit better, see if I can't understand what is actually being said here. Because Wuxiang, I think, is acting out in desperation. He sees this as a viable solution because his goal is the protection of himself and his interests, and the people he cares about, which could very well, could very well include Shulian, especially Shulian, but more specifically his mother, obviously, any other people he cared about in Shanle. He has actual stakes in the game, much like Shulian, while Fengshen is really going all out here with his accusations. Like, he has had a lot of thoughts about this, apparently, and his own stance on it is, even if you kick me out, I would still be loyal to you. I would still come and do whatever you ask of me, because that is where his loyalties lie, with Shulian, and well, Shulian's mother, but that's not important here, I suppose. So we're getting their very like different kind of like perspectives, and like I thought that was gonna be like more of what we were going to be getting into, all these dilemmas and how we're gonna solve this. But then, boom, earthquake. Boom is not how earthquakes sound, even in onomatopoeia. Kapoosh. Earthquake! Qi-Rong has been listening in on all of this, so supposedly Qi-Rong knows now how a face disease would have been created, and he might even know why it only affects civilians. I'm not sure I don't think it's been stated yet. I don't think it has, actually, but maybe inferred. So that's chaotic, and we don't even get to address that before we're running out and the pagoda is falling down and could be crushing, so many people. So Shulian calls out the statue all the way from Mount Taizang that comes literally running so that it can hold up the pagoda. But now something's happened. Like, he's looking at the statue and is confused for some reason. And honestly, that's what I've got so far. Again, it's fucking midnight. I should not have done this. I should not have gone all in on Arc 2, but I'm gonna, because I'm very prideful, and I'm gonna do it out of spite. Gonna finish it before 1 a.m. Come on, let's finish it before 1 a.m. That should give me plenty of sleep before work. I'll let you guys know about this. I'll probably do it before I go to sleep or early in the morning. I'll wake up early in the morning to let you guys know how this went. But we are at the final chapter of Arc 2, and it's chapter 40. Chapter 40. Vow to never forget. Never. Is that seriously going to be what breaks me? Are you kidding me? No. I know what this line is. That was not a very elegant start. Let me try this again. Chapter 40. Vow to never forget. Never. This was the very first divine statue the people had built for him, and it was also the most magnificent and stately. In the past, seeing that version of himself, Julian had simply accepted it, not seeing any problem. Yet at that very moment, he saw that golden, scintillating giant figure as endlessly foreign and couldn't help but think, is that really me? Function and Wuxiang went about separately to check for trapped victims who hadn't yet been found. That flicker of confusion passed quickly, and seeing the crowds settling, Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, so it was just, seeing himself depicted in that way, and he doesn't recognize that anymore because he's just so stressed, burnt out. This whole situation is shit. Oh my lord, Shirley, my baby, my poor child. Anyway, but before that breath was completely exhaled, his heart lurched when he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body. That celestial pagoda was too tall and too heavy after all. The divine statue also seemed to find its burden strenuous. Its hands trembled, its feet sank into the ground, and its gigantic golden body was slightly bent from the pressure. Only that smile remained unchanging. Seeing this, Julian immediately cast another spell. However, when the spell was cast, his heart dropped. Not only did the golden statue not straighten up, it was pushed down even further and looked like it might not be able to hold on much longer. Julian's hands too started trembling, and he had never felt like this before. Whatever mountain he punched, that mountain must fall, and should he stomp, the earth would quake. That was all he had ever known about himself. And at that moment, he had never so fully understood the concept of strength falling short of desire. With no other choice, Julian clenched his teeth and leapt into the air. He landed and seated himself on the foot of that gigantic golden statue before raising his hands to cast spells once more with renewed force. This time, he joined the fray himself, and sure enough, that golden statue rose again. Its head shot up, and it raised the leaning celestial pagoda up once more. Although he managed to bear its weight, both Julian's back and his mind were rolling with cold sweat. However, the countless people outside the palace were ignorant of his unspeakable hardship and were already approaching in waves to prostrate at the miraculous golden statue, hollering as they did, "Oh my god, people, please disperse, go away." "In the kingdom's time of need, His Highness the Crown Prince has shown his divine spirit before us. Your Highness, you must save us. Save the people. Protect the world." Julian was gritting his teeth, and it was a while before he managed to say, "Everyone, please stand up and back away. Go further. Do not stand around here. He trailed off, suddenly realizing he was actually running out of breath. His voice was drowned out by the tidal cheers, and the more he tried to amplify it, the smaller he found himself to be. Julian drew a deep breath and was about to shout again when a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He looked down and it was Chi-Rong. Chi-Rong, hurry and tell everyone not to crowd around here, he quickly said. The pagoda might collapse. Those words were unintentionally blurted, and when Shirley-Ann realized what he had said, his blood ran cold. In the past, it wasn't just that he would have never have said those words, the mere thought of them would never have entered his mind. Even if the sky was going to fall, he would have believed he could support it. But now, he realized something alarming. He no longer believed that. Not only had the people stopped believing in him, even he could no longer believe in himself. Okay. Yeah, this pagoda, it's more symbolism, really. It's more about symbolism than the actual thing happening. Like, yeah, it's another shitty thing that's happening in Shanle now. This huge building is about to collapse due to an earthquake. And, the reason why I'm saying it's symbolism is because, this is a dangerous situation, but because Shirley-Ann miraculously did what he's done, people are not running away. They're gathering around, prostrating, praying, asking him to keep saving them. And he is looking at this situation like, no, I can't. They need to get away, and my voice is not reaching them. He could not believe in himself. How can it collapse? Aren't you holding it up? Chi-Rong responded instantly without thought. Hearing him, Shirley-Ann felt his heart quiver again. Chi-Rong didn't notice his ashen expression, and his eyes were bright with a hungry look. Cousin, let me help you! Shirley-Ann was taken aback. Help me? How? Didn't you say you knew how to inflict to humans face disease? Oh my lord, this is... Didn't you say you knew how to inflict human face disease? Chi-Rong immediately replied, Tell me how to do it! I'll help you curse Yong-an! I'll help you kill them! So we did hear everything they discussed while he was hiding under the bed. Shirley-Ann was weak from sheer anger. You fool! Don't you know what a curse is? However, Chi-Rong was nonchalant. I do, isn't it just a curse? Cousin, let me tell you, I have quite a talent in this area. I curse my dad often, and I suspect he may have died from my curses. A lipsy reply from Shirley-Ann. Oh god. That is kind of funny though, Chi-Rong, I'll give you that. Shirley-Ann couldn't listen anymore and said, Just go. No, Chi-Rong exclaimed. Fine, don't tell me how to cast a curse, just tell me, how can I avoid getting infected by human face disease? Shirley-Ann's heart continued to drop, and Chi-Rong pressed him. You know how, right? You know why the soldiers aren't getting infected, don't you? Cousin, tell me why, please. Oh my lord. Is this it? Is Chi-Rong pressuring and everything going to be why the truth of that finally comes out? Because it's not been stated explicitly yet. There were still many palace attendants gathered nearby, and who knew just how many ears were listening? Shirley-Ann was afraid that leaking information might start something terrible, so he remained silent. But sure enough, some people couldn't keep quiet any longer and began to bombard him with questions. Your Highness, is it true? You really know how to cure human face disease? Why didn't you say anything? There was a ravenous glint in the people's eyes, in Chi-Rong's eyes. Shirley-Ann kept his mouth shut tightly, managing only to grit a response through his teeth. No, I don't know anything. That caused a small disturbance in the crowd, but it didn't escalate. Just then, Feng-Xin returned. He saw from afar that Chi-Rong was lurking near Shirley-Ann and barked at him. What are you doing? Feng-Xin, come take him away! Shirley-Ann immediately ordered. Feng-Xin acknowledged the command and came forward, but Chi-Rong latched onto Shirley-Ann as he cried fervently. Cousin, you're going to defeat Yong-an and chase them all away for sure, right? You'll protect us for sure, right? Right? A few months ago, maybe Shirley-Ann would have still empathically answered with fervor. I will protect you all, but he didn't dare to do so any longer. Qirong's expression was wild with excitement, and Shilian was a little puzzled watching him. He knew very well that Qirong was not the type to be concerned with the kingdom, nor its people. Even if the kingdom was doomed, he should be more scared than anything. So why the excitement? Moments later, he suddenly remembered, wasn't Qirong's father from Yong'an? Oh, okay. So Qirong's excitement here is because he wants revenge on his father for everything. And since the dad is dead, the best way to extract it in Qirong logic is to curse the people of Yong'an. Hearing no response, Qirong's voice suddenly turned sharp. Cousin, you won't really let this happen, right? Are you just going to let us be trampled and ridiculed like this? Do we really have no other way? Under this interrogation, Shilian could feel his heart breaking because he realized Qirong wasn't wrong. In the face of everything, he really, really didn't know what to do. Let me go and request that the king detain him again, Fengxin said. Even while being dragged away, Qirong was still struggling, and he roared, You have to hold on, you can't fall! He couldn't fall. Shilian himself knew he couldn't afford to fall. Even if the nearby civilians evacuated, the celestial pagoda must not be allowed to fall. If it collapsed, not only would the centuries-old royal monument be destroyed, the main part of the Grand Avenue of Divine Might, with its many residences, would be demolished. Moreover, within the pagoda there were countless rare treasures, centuries-old scrolls passed down from countless ancestors of generations past. They couldn't be retrieved in time, and if the pagoda collapsed, they would all be gone. And if it collapsed, it would bring down with it the royal eminence of the kingdom of Shanle. So, like I said, this is symbolism. This whole pagoda thing is mainly symbolism at this point. However, his spiritual power, like Yong'an's water, seemed to be draining by the day. In order to support that gigantic golden statue, he couldn't leave his position for even a moment. He had to pass on the duty of guarding the city to function in Wuxiang while he staunchly remained where he was, meditating in forced calm. And since that dozens meter tall golden statue was the divine statue worshipped on Mount Taizang within the Royal Holy Temple, after Shilian summoned it over, the devotees there had no idol to worship, and they came in swarms to pray to it under the open skies. Although this was the palace and outsiders shouldn't have been allowed to enter, the earthquake had collapsed a section of the palace walls. The capital was in chaos, and there wasn't enough authority to go around. Even if there was, any more oppressive acts of authority might incite another riot, so the people had to be let through. Shilian stayed seated there, and the king and queen would visit him every day. What is this? This is again, like this whole scene feels just like symbolism. There's not much happening here. Shilian is being indisposed of, like he's busy doing this all the time. So there's so we can't be there to help if there's like another attack or whatever. But we're not hearing about any of that. This is just him struggling to keep this pagoda up, and the days are passing, and it's symbolism. He's holding the weight of Shanle, its kingdom and its eminence in his hands right now. And that's what it's been feeling like for like the last few months, really. And this is just the symbolism of that. Days passed in a blur as he spent all of his power holding that celestial pagoda up while trying to restore his energy at the same time, waiting for a time to come when he could be relieved. The king didn't have it any easier. His hair was now mostly white. And even though he was in his prime, he had the appearance of a man over 50. When father and son saw each other, though they didn't speak, they were now more at peace with each other than ever before. How depressive, isn't that? I feel like the king as well is like in his hair at this point has become a little bit of symbolism as well. How Shandla seems like it's such a young kingdom, you know, like we started out and it was still in its prime. It's only been 3 years and here we are. So Shandla passed from its prime to its twilight very, very quickly. And this is definitely the end of those twilight days. We're passing into the night, huh? The queen had watched Shirley grow up, but she had only ever seen her beloved son in a state of elegance and divinity. Now it was with sorrow and grief that she watched him bitterly guard the palace, exposed to the harsh elements and refusing to let anyone close to help cover him. She stood under the scorching sun herself to shield him from the rays with an umbrella. After a while, fearing that she was exhausted, Shirley spoke up. "Mother, go back. I don't need this. Don't come near. Don't let anyone else come close. I'm scared that..." But in the end, exactly what he feared never left his lips. The queen's back was facing the devotees gathered there, and having kept her composure for so long, tears at last streamed down her face. "My child, you've suffered so terribly. Why? Why would such punishment befall you?" The queen painted her face heavily to hide its pale, sallow complexion, but with her tears the foundation melted and revealed a woman who was no longer useful. She grieved for her son, wept for her son, but she didn't dare weep out loud for fear that the people would notice her upset. The king held her shoulders, and Shirley watched her in dazed confusion. When they suffer, the first thing people think of is their loved ones, and to Shirley that meant his mother. It would be pointless, perhaps, to state it aloud, but after days of exhausting strain, after having been cut down again and again by countless knives, right then he really wanted to be 10 years old again and run into his mother's embrace to cry to his heart's content. And yet every road he walked that had led to this day was chosen by Shirley himself. His parents were already in a difficult situation, and with so many citizens watching him intently, he could never show a trace of weakness. If even he couldn't hold on, who could? Thus, Shirley spoke against his heart. "Don't worry, mother. I'm all right. I'm not suffering." Whether he was suffering or not, only he knew deep down. A few palace attendants came to help the king and queen away, and as they left, they looked back with every step. Once they were gone, Shirley was once again exposed to the scorching sun, and lethargy overtook him. Some time passed, and when he opened his eyes again, dusk was setting on the horizon. The setting sun had shown its last rays, and only a few scattered devotees were left below him. When he looked down, he noticed that not far from where he sat, there was a small, lonesome flower. Shirley wasn't very sure when exactly that flower had been placed there, and he reached to pick it up. It was a tiny flower, snow white with a lush green stem. It so thin and weak, bearing tear-like dew, pitiful looking. The faint fragrance was almost familiar, and though ordinary, it gladdened his spirit. He clutched the flower tight despite himself and pressed it near his heart. Just then, the sudden stench of blood overtook that faint fragrance. Shirley looked up, and his sight was muddled by a screaming shadow that hurtled towards him. "Why? Why?" Startled, Sherlin repelled his attacker with a wave of his sleeve and tried to summon some strength. Whew! The shove sent the person tumbling and rolling over the ground. Sherlin still had to support the giant golden statue and didn't dare rise, didn't dare to go closer. But it only took a second for him to recognize who it was. That individual only had one leg. Oh my god. It was the young man who once gave him an umbrella. The one whose leg he had personally amputated. That young man was covered in blood with equally stained palms. He had come crawling using both hands and his one remaining foot, and there was a horrifying trail of blood behind him. He sat up with difficulty, and Sherlin asked, dumbfounded, Why are you here? Weren't you recuperating in Buyo Forest? The young man only crawled closer, not answering him. Since he only had one leg, it was a horrifying sight. You! Sherlin exclaimed. In a fit, that young man yanked up the trouser hem of his remaining right leg and demanded, Why? On his right leg, there was a contorted human face. This was one of the things Sherlin had worried about the most. And sure enough, it had come to pass. If he wasn't already seated, he might have fallen over. The young man slapped at the ground and roared. Why did you cut my leg off? It still came back. My leg is gone. Why? Give me back my leg. Give me back my leg. That rainy day, this young man's face had been full of smiles when he stuffed that umbrella into Sherlin's hands. Yet before him now, he was in a state of madness. The difference was striking. Sherlin's mind was in chaos, a complete mess, and his voice trembled. It took him moments before he snapped out of it and said, Let me help you. He quickly cast a spell to suppress the evil poison circulating that young man's leg. Yet unexpectedly, the sound of wailing came from all around, and several more people also lunged at him, crying, Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, look at my face! I've cut off half my face, so why is it still not healed? Why? Just what do we have to do to cure this? Your Highness, look at me! Look at what I've become! Scene after gory scene was endlessly thrust before him. Sherlin's expression was blank with shock. Not knowing what to do with his hands, he waved them as he mumbled. No, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. As it turned out, once the human face disease patients from Buyo Forest relapsed, a full riot erupted at last. Shockingly, they managed to fight through the soldiers and doctors guarding and nursing them and escaped the camp in search of him. Since they had all escaped, if it didn't immediately suppress their infection, the disease might spread faster to the wider population. Sherlin closed his eyes and tried to work his powers, wanting to help alleviate their symptoms and relieve their pain for the time being. However, as soon as that group was taken care of, more swarmed over to surround him. Your Highness, me! Help me too! Surrounded by dozens, Sherlin vaguely felt the golden statue above him swaying, and apprehension filled him. Wait! Someone couldn't wait and cried, No, I don't want to wait! I've already waited too long! Your Highness, why would you treat him but not me? Soon the voices around him changed. How come you treated him? He was good as new, but I'm not any better. Aren't you a god? Why are you so unfair? I demand justice. Sherlin argued back. No, I'm not being unfair. This isn't on me. Your symptoms are different. If you're going to help all the way. Now you want to drop everything? What exactly are you playing at? It isn't up to you to decide. Sherlin was having trouble catching his breath. I'm not dropping anything. I'm just wait. Don't you know how to cure this disease? Sherlin opened his mouth. If you know, why won't you tell us? Julian clutched his own head. I don't know anything. You're lying. I already heard someone talking, you know. I've seen through you. You won't tell us because you just want us to keep begging you like this so you can steal our donation money. Liar. You're a liar. What's the cure? Just tell us. Tell us now. Julian's face was white as a sheet, his eyes vacant. Countless hands shoved him, and there was even a pair maliciously strangling him. Then, the most ridiculous thing happened. He was clearly a god of heaven, but in that moment a feeble voice cried out at the bottom of his heart. Save me. It seemed like someone was pulling those hands away, but at the same time not. He couldn't be sure. The only thing he could see were those bloody, scarred faces. Those people with missing limbs who looked like they were going to tear him apart and devour him piece by piece. He didn't know how long it had been when, in the far distance, he heard the demonic howling of a horn. The crowd only cared for their own screaming and tearing and ignored that horn completely. But Julian snapped out of it instantly. That was the sound of young Arne's victory horn. He couldn't sit still any longer, or perhaps the burden had finally crushed him. His body bent and keeled over. At the same time, the giant gilded figure he had so arduously supported mimicked his movement, and like its life was suddenly snuffed out, it collapsed with a boom. Along with it came another loud rumble. That gigantic, heavy celestial pagoda came crashing down, crumbling like the golden statue. The gilded figure shouldn't have been so breakable, but because Julian had injected too much spiritual power into it, hoping that it would hold up the celestial pagoda, it had long since grown fragile. The patients who had escaped Boyo Forest were fleeing, dying, getting hurt. The crowd scurried wildly through the palace and the streets, some dodging fragments of that celestial pagoda, some dodging those horrifying deceased victims. With both hands clutching his own head, Julian ran and stumbled as he headed for the grand gates of the imperial city. The city towers were ablaze, rolling with thick, black smoke. Julian rushed up to the terrace, passing numerous distraught, fleeing soldiers, but when he arrived at the platform, he didn't know what to do. He stared down below at a complete loss, his face ashen and streaked with tears that had started to flow without him realizing. In his blurry field of vision, corpses scattered the fields. Only the silhouette of a white-clothed figure was distinct, his expansive sleeves fluttering. That figure wasn't a youth, but a man. And when he turned his head, he spotted Julian from afar. He waved at him in a carefree manner, looking like he was about to vanish into the air. Seeing this, Julian cried sharply, "Don't go!" The first 2 times Julian had encountered him, he'd used a fake skin. This time, Julian's instincts told him that this must be his true form. Thus, he hopped over the city walls without hesitation and leapt from the tall battlement. Julian had jumped from extreme heights countless times, relying on his strong spiritual power and martial might. He landed safely every time. And it always filled him with pleasure and pride. Every time, he was the very picture of the celestial descent they spoke of in legends. This time, however, he was no longer a legend. When he landed, he wasn't steady and his foot twisted. A needle-sharp pain instantly shot up his leg and through his entire body. He had broken his leg. So I just wanted to say, like, we're not done with this chapter, by the way. We're just at an interlude, little interlude over here. I just wanted to say that when I did the by Wuxiang skit that you saw at the beginning of this video, I was just recalling this scene as it was described in, like, volume 1, was it? I didn't actually expect to get to this scene now, which in hindsight, I probably should have expected because I was expecting to finish off the Fall of Shanle. And now I am less than 9 pages left of this arc, and Shanle do be falling. Like I said, I was expecting, like I said, I was predicting, and at the same time, I am not ready for this. This is absolutely terrible. I've teared up multiple times already, and it seems that the things that keep breaking me are Sholian's mother, just the allusions to Sholian, you know, wanting to just be a child again, to run into his mother's arms, but having to pretend that he's doing fine. And then the little hints, the little traces of Honghong'er still leaving his flowers and still trying his best to support Sholian even through all of this, even though everything is like this. And it's I don't know, the moments with the flowers, the moments that are giving, just even though they're useless, it's still giving Sholian just that little bit of hope in that one moment. And while that's not enough, it's still hope. It's still that feeling, and it's I'm gonna get some more water. There's like 8 more pages. Let's just do this. Breaking a leg wasn't really a big deal, and it soon healed. But since that day, it were as though Sholian had become an entirely different person. It was like he had lost his spirit and divine invincibility. After the first defeat, there would be a second, and then a third. He didn't want to draw his sword nor join the battlefield anymore, but because there was no one who could shield or replace him, he could only boldly sally forth. On the battlefield, he didn't slack off. He genuinely did his utmost, but for some reason, even though he was clearly a young man, barely past 20, the hand holding the sword shook like that of an ailing elder. He shuddered with a heart full of fear, yet he couldn't explain who or what exactly he was afraid of. Finally, the soldiers who used to revere him began to lose patience. Sholian knew that a rumor had started circulating among them. How is he a martial god? More like a god of misfortune. He couldn't rebut it, because he had also started wondering the same thing. Had he really, maybe, turned into a god of misfortune? It would have been wonderful if that was the only issue, but the real catastrophe, the thing that sealed the kingdom of Shanle's doom, was that human face disease was now completely out of control. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Toward the end, Sholian no longer dared ask just how many people had been infected today. And at the end of it all, like a sentence handed down to a criminal, the heavenly realm, at last, reopened its gates to him and sent forth a message. Your Highness, it is time to return to the upper court. It was clear what would be waiting for him when he returned to the heavens. Fengxin and Muqing both looked a little uneasy for once, while Sholian, on the other hand, was concerned with something else. Before we leave, I want to go somewhere to have a look, he said to them. Where? Fengxin asked. The Royal Holy Temple, Shilian replied. After a moment of silence, Fengxian said, Don't! Shilian had already walked off on his own. Your Highness! Fengxian cried, but seeing that he couldn't be stopped, he and Wuxiang could only run after him. The three of them hiked up the mountain on foot. The Royal Holy Temple was where Shilian's first holy temple had been erected, and it was also where his first divine statue was built. However, by the order of the state preceptor, those 3,000 disciples had long since been disbanded and sent down the mountain. And the Royal Holy Temple stood empty. When they were halfway up the mountain, Shilian looked down. He could see clusters of fires ablaze everywhere in the capital. The brilliant flames reflecting a sky full of twinkling stars, a beautiful sight to behold. Fengxian, however, yelled angrily. Those madmen! Shilian's eyes were transfixed by the flames, and Fengxian tried again. Stop looking! There's nothing good to see! In recent days, Fengxian had yelled at Shilian countless times. Do you enjoy finding grief for yourself or what? But truthfully, Shilian didn't know what he wanted to do. He only knew that whenever another one of his temples was burned down or desecrated, he was uncontrollably drawn to see it for himself. Yet once he had seen, he couldn't speak nor stop anyone. He could only stand there and watch helplessly. What was there to see? He didn't know either. Firelight was also blazing on the Crown Prince summit. Fengxian was aghast. They couldn't even let the Royal Holy Temple go? Did someone desecrate their ancestors' graves or something? He trailed off and shut up, since he realized the suffering of those from Shanlei was far worse than any sarcastic comments about desecrating ancestors' graves. However, the fire wasn't severe, and it soon died down, seemingly extinguished by someone. Now, Fengxian was really surprised. These days, there were only people who dared to set fire, not extinguish the flames. If anyone tried to step in, to talk down or stop those angry mobs from setting fires and destroying temples, they would be treated like the very god of misfortune Shilian himself and get beaten to death. Because of this, the three of them no longer dared to reveal themselves before mortals and had long since hidden away their forms. All along the path up the mountain, the three could hear the commotion of a brawl. Once they reached the Crown Prince summit, sure enough, the palace of Shanlei had already been mostly torn down, leaving only the frame and walls of the Great Hall. That huge divine Alta no longer held a divine statue, and there was a gang of riffraff brawling in front of the decrepit hall entrance, jeering as they fought. You damn much shitty rat, oh my lord. This is, yeah. I kind of thought when they started with the, who's extinguishing fires here. I can't even be happy about this. You damned much shitty brat. Did your wife lose her fucking virginity here or what? Is this broken shrine your precious family jewels or something? With one look, Shilian knew that this group didn't come to destroy his temple out of anger. They were just a gang of punks who reveled in disorder. And they were either taking advantage of the situation or burning the temples down purely for fun. However, at this point, he didn't really care who was tearing his temples down anymore. Just then, in that crazed brawl, the exceedingly vicious voice of a boy pierced through and echoed in the night sky. Beat it! Listening closely, this was actually one person fighting the rest. Moreover, that one person was only a young teenager, still very much a child, but relentless all the same, and he didn't seem to be losing ground. Nevertheless, it was still one against many. The boy's face was already covered in blood and grime, battered blue and purple, with cuts all over, to the point that his actual appearance was no longer recognizable. That brat will definitely grow up to be a good man, Fengxian commented. So, something fun and ironic for that's ironic in a fun way for once. function. Like, you know, there's sometimes people write these fan fictions with like characters of a show or a series watching the show or the series or reading, you know, the original stuff, like characters as if they were kind of like actors, but at the same time not. Like there are different scenarios for this. Now imagine TGCF cast experiencing TGCF through this book and function seeing this part. Oh my lord. Just then a malicious glint flashed in one of the men's eyes, and he lifted a giant rock from the ground, ready to bash it into the back of that boy's head. Julian, please, saw and waved his hand once. The rock in that man's hand instantly rebounded, smashing into his own face. Thank you, Julian, thank you. And he screamed as blood splattered out of his nose. The boy was stunned at the sight, but he immediately whirled around and raised his fist for another bout of berserk beating. The way he fought was too frightening, and it scared away the gang of grown men. They pointed at him as they fled, shouting empty threats. "Fuck, you just wait! We've got more guys, and we'll get you yet!" The boy sneered. "You dare come back and I'll fucking kill you!" That terrified the man, and they ran off faster. With the fist fight over, the boy rushed over to a small mound and vigorously stomped on the fire that had already been extinguished, killing the last few sparks. After doing so, he entered the great hall. He picked up a piece of paper from the ground, carefully flattened it, and hung it above the altar. Finally, he sat down and leaned against the altar, lost in a daze. Julian walked over and leapt airily onto the altar. He discovered that the paper the boy had hung there was a painting. The brushwork was immature, obviously done by someone who had never learned how to paint. Yet every stroke was serious and sincere, depicting the solemn figure of the God-pleasing crown prince. It seemed that this was used to replace the divine statue Julian had summoned away. "Very well painted," Function remarked. After all these trying days, Function had finally found someone who would still defend Julian. He was already so excited that he'd almost joined the fight earlier to help the boy out. So naturally, he felt that anything the boy did was great. Wuxiang, however, wasn't speaking as he lowered his eyes flicking as if he were recalling something. Julian raised his hand and lightly flicked the painting. It wasn't particularly obvious and could have easily been mistaken for a breeze blowing past, and yet the boy's head shot up from where it lay on his hugged knees. And that heavily injured face brightened instantly at the sight. "Is that you?" he called out. Function was shocked. "What a sharp little brat." "Let's go," Wuxiang said. Julian nodded slightly, and he was about to turn to leave when the boy pounced on the edge of the altar, his breath coming quick. "I know it's you! Your Highness, don't go! I have something to say to you!" I can't handle this. I can't handle this parallel. This is too much for me. This is too much for me. Hearing him, the three of them were taken aback. That boy seemed quite nervous. And with his fists clenched, he continued with what he meant to say. "Even though your palaces and temples are burned down, don't be sad. I will build you many more temples in the future, bigger, more magnificent, better than anyone else's. No one will be able to compete with you. I'll do it." The three were silent. The boy was dirty-faced and shabbily dressed, covered in bruises and cuts, looking extremely sad and pathetic. Yet he spoke such ambitious, bold words, it sounded truly laughable, which brought up complicated feelings. Seeming afraid that his voice might not reach Julian's ears, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the painting hung above the altar. Your Highness, you hear me? In my heart, you are God. You are the only God. The one true God, you hear me? He screamed with all he had, to the point where all of Mount Taitsang echoed with his voice. Do you hear me? Shilian suddenly burst out laughing. This laugh came too abruptly, surprising both Fengshen and Wuxiang. Shilian shook his head as he laughed. That boy obviously couldn't hear him, yet he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes were bright as he looked around. Suddenly, without warning, a drop of ice-cold water landed on his cheek. The boy's eyes bulged, and in that instant, his eyes reflected a snow-white figure. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, that reflection was gone. Seeing that Shilian had actually shown himself for a second, Fengshen spoke up. Your Highness, just now, did you... Shilian looked confused. Just now? Oh, my power's failing. I slipped up for a moment, that's all. The boy straightened up and rubbed hard at his eyes, as if trying desperately to retain that ephemeral shadow. Shilian, however, closed his own. Moments later, he spoke. Forget it. He'd finally received a response. Yet those were the words. That boy's eyes first lit up, his lips curling into a smile, but soon his expression turned to shock, and the curve of his lips fell. What? Forget what? Shilian breathed a sigh, and said to him in a firm voice, Forget me. The boy was stunned and silent. Forget me. Soon, no one will remember anyway, Shilian mumbled to himself. Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened. Silently, a single line of tears rolled down and washed a trail of pale white on his grimy face. He swallowed hard and gasped. Fengshen seemed unable to bear the sight any longer and spoke up. Your Highness, don't say any more. You're breaking the rules again. Yes, I'm done. I've already broken so many rules. Just a few words won't hurt, Shilian said. He didn't let the boy hear that part. The three descended from the altar and walked toward the entrance of the broken great hall. The night breeze cut through him, and Shilian shook his head. He was still a heavenly official for now, and technically he couldn't feel cold. Yet, at the moment, he somehow felt a bone-deep chill. However, the boy they left behind in the great hall suddenly muttered, I won't. He clearly couldn't see Shilian and his companions, but he somehow accurately grasped the right direction and charged out of the temple toward them, shouting at their retreating backs, I won't! The three of them looked back and saw the boy's eyes, shining so bright in the black night, they pierced the soul. That battered face was both furious and sorrowful, both joyous and wild. In the midst of pouring tears, he cried, I won't forget. I will never forget you. And that was Heaven Official's Blessing, Act 2, guys. Fuck! I mean, you've got to hand it to him. It's like, Honghong'er, what now, 5, Puffin, 0. He gets me every time. He gets me every time. God, this wonderful little brat. Yeah, there's art or whatever. I'll probably put it up on screen in the read along section of this, but yeah, holy fuck, holy shit, damn. So that somehow happened very quickly and very slowly at the same time, and yeah, that was the fall of Shandla, I guess. We get to oh my lord. So heaven suddenly sends a message and it's like, yeah, you can come back up now. And I'm guessing the message is gonna be the banishment. We don't get to know that yet. We don't get to know that at all, actually. Maybe just implied later, unless the next flashback arc starts with that part or something. I don't know. Like, at this point, I don't know what the next flashback arc is gonna be. But we got to here. We got to Shandla Falls and perhaps the first banishment, but we don't know that yet because, yeah, we were probably like minutes away from that, hours away from that, but we were very close, is what I'm gonna say. I don't know what I expected. I think I expected to see Honghong'er die. And then I got hit in the face with this, which is like, it's the scene. The lines are my favorite lines that they show us at the end of season 2, like a bit of a teaser, I think. But they are actually the closing lines of arc 2. Oh my god, what a fucking spoiler! Like, they really said, we don't know if we'll be making season 3, so here have this really emotionally impactful line that is actually supposed to close out that arc, but we're just gonna give it to you right now. What an arc. What an arc. This is such a cruel, long arc that starts off in such, like, with such hopeful tones. It's really the same as I was saying earlier, like the fairy tale of Shandla, which turns out to be just any old country with its corruption and problems facing a crisis, a wicked mix of natural disasters and orchestrated human-made things, problems and issues. Social issues, xenophobia. Oh yeah, and there's the big bad ghost thing going on here. The resentfulness of whatever Wuxiang was up to that's created this curse. That's they still do not explicitly say what was going to cure you or prevent you from getting the human face disease. It's killing. It's gotta be. It's killing. Which is why, of course, Shirley-Ann wouldn't tell anyone. Because if people knew, yeah. Holy shit. What a chapter. What a 3 chapters. I did it, by the way. I fucking did it. I forgot. I totally did it. Mostly because I'm petty. I said I was gonna do it, and I realized after the first 40 pages, the first chapter, that, oh my god, this is an undertaking. I probably should not do this. And then I did it anyway. I wanted to finish this off so badly, and this week has just not been treating me well in the reading department. So I did it, and it's now 1 a.m. Fudge. Was it worth it? For my emotional stability? Probably not. Honghong'er fucking broke me. Like, he's always broken me. He keeps breaking me. He broke me before I even knew his name. So, that was expected and unexpected at the same time. Like, he can break me by just, like, if there's a flower randomly appearing on screen, on page, I'll probably tear up. And then he appears and says a few words, and I'm full on bawling. Like, he's my weakness, I suppose. He really is. So yeah, there was like no happy moments at the end there. And you've just got, Mooching's just given up. He's just saying nothing. And Function is just like trying to find like good things in like even the tiniest things, which is pathetically adorable and at the same time so sad. Oh my lord. like there's just allusions to what their relationship is right at this moment. Like Wuxiang has been yelling at Shirley a lot lately, like just to like get him to not be apathetic. Apparently, like it's a lot. It's a lot. Oh my gosh. The temples have been burning, and Shirley is just going around watching them burn. That must give him some, not even comfort. He doesn't even know why he's doing it. It seems he's just doing it and then feeling nothing. Oof. And the state preceptor has just ended the royal cultivation hall and just sent everyone around. Where is the state preceptor? Where is the state preceptor? I would like to know. I would like to know. We didn't actually get to see Shirley's parents die yet, so I guess that's just like referred to at some point later. Again, we don't know what the next flashback arc is gonna be, where it's gonna be. Like, is it gonna be around his second ascension and second banishment, or is it gonna be like that part, the second ascension and then the second banishment, and then for like parts of the question mark area that we still don't actually know anything about? Could be. Don't know yet. All I know is pain and grief. My lords. I can't believe I put myself through all that. That was such a depressing read. 70 pages of this shit. Yeah, someone said that I should probably not do this to myself, and they were right. Whoever you were completely right about that. But also, yeah, I did it. Help. And that leaves us with a healthy chunk of book left. Another almost 200 pages of book, actually, which is going to be part of Arc 3 of Heaven Official's Blessing, which is it's gonna be my next read. Is going to be the first part of Arc 3, and honestly, I'm relieved. I am so relieved at this point, because oh my gosh, these last reading sessions have been so depressing, and so well, not the last one was not depressing exactly. It was just a lot. And this one, again, is a lot. And I'm sure that Arc 3 might also have a lot, but I am actually so ready to just get back to my present day Shirley-Ann, and not this poor child who's just, oh my gosh, he's only 20. He's only 20. Because like the thing is, like I've said earlier, I think that the present timeline is about reconciling with all of this that happened back then. And now we know about a lot of that. We know a lot. It was a lot. I completely understand this 800 year sabbatical, actually. I would want nothing to do with heaven after that experience. What the actual fuck? And again, I'm not even in the mood right now to argue why. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just kind of angry, and I understand why Shirley-Ann was kind of angry, and right now I'm just like really, really feeling that. I'll get back to being more rational about all this later, but there is I need to re-listen to this chapter. There's a lot of stuff that I need to understand better, especially like the conversation Shirley-Ann had with Minnie and Qing, which is going to be super interesting. The whole thing about the pagoda was a lot of symbolism, and I'd like to re-listen to that part. And of course, I probably shouldn't be re-listening to this last part, because I'm going to cry again. I'll have you know, when I was filming like the Dongbo reactions or whatever, whenever that part came up, I cried a lot. And then I cried when I edited it, and then I cried again when I cry multiple times of this over the same things. These things seem to be the key points. I didn't think I was going to cry. I didn't think I was going to cry this time around, but only because I forgot that Honghong'er is around, and that these are some of the lines that he gets to say. Just to make sure that my heart, which was already broken, is thoroughly shattered. Thank you, Honghong'er. Thank you for that one. Oh my gosh, that last part, guys. Oh, the three of them looked back and saw that boy's eyes shining so bright in the black night. They pierced the soul. That battered face was both furious and sorrowful, both joyous and wild. In the midst of pouring tears, he cried, "I won't forget. I will never forget you." It's so good. Oh my lord. And then he didn't. Kept his darn promise. Oh my lord. I need to take this off you. I need to take this off you right now. Wuxiang, you're adorable. I love you. You did so well. You did what you could. You're good. Good boy. Yeah, I was gonna take off the masks of the dolls the next time we had a thing, but I can't anymore. I need them free. Lian, come here. No more playing creepy calamity on you. I need you to stay with the boys. They need comfort. I need comfort. I need the comfort of this. Please stay together like that for like the rest of the week so I can look at you while I edit this video. Oh my gosh. There are so many things to say about this arc. Some of them I've said multiple times, and there are probably smarter things that I could say about the current reading I've done. But also, it is now 1:30. It's 1:30 a.m. I do have work in the morning. This was not a great idea. And I had a blast. So since I had fun, spare me this one indulgence that I just had. It was great. It was good fun. And I feel a little closer to understanding what this story is truly about and taking part in what makes you guys return to the story time and time again. I think I'm grasping at something here, even though the thing I've been holding on to for like this whole read has mostly just been pain. Like I trust you. I trust you guys. I'm sure that whatever lies ahead is going to be great. And the one thing I do know about, like from my analysis of the current timeline, you know, as I was trying to say earlier, did I even say this earlier? I might have already said this, but I'm so tired I can't even remember right now. But what I wanted to say is that I think that the current timeline, the one where we are meeting Shirley in 800 years, along with Wuxiang, the reunion of the prince and his believer. Like what we're doing is reconciling with all the things that have happened and healing. It's a story, the present timeline anyway, is a story about healing. And I think that's, I definitely see why that's needed right now. And I can't wait to get back to that. Like, I'm sure there's gonna be more intrigue. I'm sure there's gonna be more hints towards things that we still haven't solved and still haven't touched on. And I'll have plenty of things to try to decipher and figure out. But right now, the first thing I want is just my boys. I just want them whole and together. That's together. So when is this gonna happen? Is it gonna be soon or is it gonna be later in this half of the book? Like I'm guessing. Let's put it around. Let's do soon. Let's hope it's soon. Let's hope it's super soon. I need it. I need it in my life. I need them to look at each other, hold each other in each other's arms underwater, and look at each other longingly. Yeah, this is this is no longer the Titanic book. Let's go with the Little Mermaid one. It seems more romantic at this point. Less tragedy, please, more romance. Okay. All the jokes aside, it's time for me to turn in and go to bed. I'm very nervous about whether or not I should tell you guys what I've been up to. My deputies would probably have strong words for me. And my American audience would be positively surprised that I'm still up, I suppose. Okay, Monday, here we come. Without further ado, this has been Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and I will see you for Arc 3.